the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre network at Tyrepower Griffith. Now teamed with GCS 4x4 for the best deals on car and four-wheel drive tyres. We're open Monday to Saturday for safety checks, windscreens, batteries, suspension, wheels, puncture repairs, and all your ARB 4x4 and camping accessories. Tyrepower Griffith has you covered. Visit tyrepower.com.au or go to 2 Favell Street, Griffith. Tyre Power, 100% Australian owned and operated since 1977.
When you're out in the sticks, you want top gear for the job. GCS 4x4 delivers. Norweld trays that can handle the load. Rock solid trig point service bodies. Premium Norweld canopies that give you every option. Fridges, drawers, storage, ladders. All Aussie made and as good as it gets. GCS 4x4 can build the vehicle you need, all set up to take the rough stuff. For on the job or just for fun. GCS 4x4, your ARB stockists. Favell Street, Griffith.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this year's round 2 of the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. We are here out at the Gap 440, sponsored by ARB Tyrepower Griffith. We're just seeing the first of our Class 7 cars off the line for our prologue here. You're here with Sandy Bowman, myself, and next to me is Toby Cooper. You'll be hearing our voices for the day. Welcome, Toby.
Thanks, Sandy. Great to be here, mate, for the third edition of the ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, hosted proudly by the Griffith Off-Road Club. You did just allude to the first of our Class 7s. This is prologue. I don't know about you, but I'm very excited.
The weather's fantastic this weekend. We've got about 17 or 18 degrees top today, about 15 to 25 degree winds, kilometre an hour winds. So it'll be perfect. A little bit of dust out there, and I saw them doing their pre-run of the prologue track earlier.
Perfect conditions for race, that's of course. But now, as you said, we're here for the prologue, 13.5 kilometres, very important. You can't win it here this morning. The Whedon Patrol
husband and wife team
out of Mount Gambier. Sandy, you know a lot about these guys. Heath and Michelle Whedon, the 701, of course, the current Class 7 Australian ARB champion. So it's great to see them back here at Hillston again.
Yeah, indeed. They've been at it a long time in that car. Fair few championships now. I suppose they've been 4 or 5 that I know of.
Yeah.
So
great to see. And it's always great to see those husband and wife family combinations. So the 2 of our Class 7s away. And as we alluded to, the prologue, and I think it's a great initiative, the ARB Australian Championship have done it in sort of seeded order. So only that 1 minute gap between each competitor crew. So next on the line is Rossi Newman and Chris Leonard out of South East Queensland Club up there, Warwick based. The 6681, a little Yamaha, naturally aspirated. So great to see Ross down here for the first time, one of the stalwarts of the Queensland AORRA series. So
he's competed a bit.
Speedy Newman, he's known across the traps. So mobile vet racing.
I think last year he did like 72 races, didn't he?
Oh, he did lots, yeah, 3 a week there at one stage. I think he did 3 races in 3 weekends. I know he did Don River, Warriata, then Milliston, all consecutive weekends over 3 states. So a massive effort. And that's our only one in our Class 6-6 here this weekend.
We've got a total of 44 entries for the weekend. To that 45, one's dropped out early, which always seems to happen.
And you look through the field, Sandy, obviously, as we see our first 3 cars away, you look at the likes of, some of the locals. And you've got, of course, Hayden Bentley, former Australian champion, Craig Barnett, Michael Marson, Tucker Richards, Martin, Clayton Chapman, and Bo Robertson. Shane Hutt will be the last car away. Of course, yeah, Brent Martin's here, 2-time defending Australian ARB champion. And the next one off the line, Sandy's the 609 Can-Am Maverick. Locals, we talked to these guys last night, Jeremy Horn, Adam Rajkin.
We're going to get those tongue twisters all day, mate.
We've got a few there. So a pretty cool story here. Obviously, they believe brother-in-law, and they like what they saw at Fink, and they've only the last couple of weeks purchased this Can-Am Maverick. So
jumped straight in.
And I'm sure there'll be a lot of locals on the hill. What was their motto last night? Win it or bin it. So they expect it will be interesting to see their time for prologue. Got some great footage there, of course, lots watching on, so we'll try and keep you as updated as we can across the course of the weekend. It's going to be a busy weekend, Sandy, as you know, but
today we've got the prologue this morning, and then at about 2 o'clock, I think it was 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, the main race starts with 1 lap today, and then tomorrow we've got 2 laps with a 45-minute service break, and then another 2 laps.
Yeah. So tomorrow's the big day.
Tomorrow's the big day. As long as they get through today, they've got a little bit of time to repair tonight.
Land Racing off the line, Sandy. Chris Land, Tanya Gaudry out of Bowen, one of our North Queensland crews here this weekend. They finished 21st outright 6th in class at the ARB Big Desert 480 in March. I think it's their 4th run in this Jimco, the Chev-powered Ultimate Machine. So it's great to see Chris out here. He's went from the little Yamaha into a Class 1 and now up into the Ultimate class. So all the best to those guys this weekend. Chris and Tanya love their racing. They've won the Class 6 Australian Championship a couple of times in the ARB Championship, so we'll hopefully bring some live times as well from up here.
Tell you what, I reckon that wind's higher than 25 k an hour. We've got
indeed.
about a 13-kilometre track for the prologue today.
And of course last year we didn't have the prologue due to those wet conditions a couple of weeks prior, so it's always exciting to see where they sort of stack up in the field. The next one off the line, it looks like the new Can-Am Maverick R there, Sandy.
Yeah, I saw that last night for the first time. I haven't seen this car on the track before, so interested to see what it does.
Bowen Brock Eli.
Unusual look from the front end, these things, don't they, with their arms set up?
Seen a couple across the Australian off-road community arena the last few months, and Greg Campbell's had a bit of success, but Bo and Brock Eli, Monster Off-Road. It's one of the 2024 Can-Am Maverick R's, so I think he made his debut at the Nandaly 300 only a month ago over there at Sea Lake, Sandy. So
well, there's still some water on the track, as you can see.
Of course, our big screen here on the circuit brought to you by Burson, so shout out to those guys.
Massive amount of energy goes in, as everyone knows. We say it every time, I know, but there's a massive amount of energy goes into putting on any of these events, especially where they are. They're a bit further out than in the city streets. So
the next one off the line there, as you see on our screen there, it's a 676 of Mal and Zach Lynch, and a lot of our Class 6 Can-Ams there, Sandy. And I know these guys have been around for a while, based around Werribee, west of Mildura. I think it's their first time here at Hillston. Sea Lake Club member, so great to see those Lynch Racing crew here this weekend.
Yeah, there's next car off the line. Adrian Coatsworth is in 265 now. That's Jay Milan's old little 1650 he ran before that one he made. So it's good to see that car still circulating.
Yeah, I believe he's another that only made his debut recently. That's one of the old Southern Cross Mark IIs, so one of the original chassis.
I think there's only a couple of Class 2s here this weekend, which are a 1650 powered car.
Roy Dakin in the Navigator seat of the 265, so we wish those guys all the best, and see down on horsepower, but it's always great to see the
Well, it's
Class
not
2s.
super rough out there. There is rough sections, obviously, and there's rough bits in and out of those creek beds, but after I looked up yesterday, however, there's a lot of smooth farm tracks, you know, so the little cars aren't going to get too beaten up.
And we saw Russell and Judy Hartnett 2 years ago, and he finished 5th outright here in the Class 2 Razorback.
Yes,
so there's
correct.
definitely potential for the Class 2s to go right this weekend. Another one of our newcomers on the line. I believe he's got a bit of history in safaris and so forth. Guy Schumacher, Simon Finlay in our only Class 8 this weekend, the 882. Sandy, you know a lot about Class 8s.
Yeah, this is a 6 litre. I believe it's still a manual box in this thing. GU Patrol. This thing was Mick Mayer's old winch challenge car back in the day, and turned into an off-road racer. These fellas have bought it and been doing some safari style events.
Yep.
So it's good to see them come over to off-road.
Yeah.
I'm sure they won't leave it.
I'm sure
I didn't.
They'll be hooked. Hopefully we'll see them at Gunda
Now you
Windy
still got
as
to
well.
put up with me.
Yes, that's the Schumacher and Finlay entry. I believe there could be a bit of research based around the Condobolin area, so obviously the Condo and Sunraysia rallies as well over there at Mildura. So great to see the 882 crew here. All the best to those guys.
Next one's a little Forsman entry, the 202. They've been competing fairly strongly in the championship the last season, the Forsman crew.
And I believe Brendan's Jason's brother, who's obviously got the trophy, Class 4 trophy truck. I believe he's had a bit of a mishap. He's hurt his back, so hopefully we'll see him out towards the end of the season. But as you said, great to see Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand. They won their class at the ARB Big Desert 480 early in the year, so sitting well in the championship. Obviously, as you said, only the two here this weekend, but it is a Class 2, Class 10 track, I believe, so hopefully they can bring it home.
The Grant entry up next, car 405.
Haven't seen Paul Grant for a while, but it's great to see him out here, and Mark Paul Grant, which is his son, in the navigator's seat. They're a great family race team. Oz Truck Offroad Racing, been around for a long, long time now.
They have indeed.
I think 1988 was when Paul made his off-road debut. They now live in Mudgee, so they've made the move from Sydney to Mudgee, so I believe for work and personal reasons, but great to see them back out here. In the first car, Sandy, it's the Gill Class 7 coming into our picture to our left.
Remembering that you can see times on Chris Sport. Just look up the Gap 440 on Chris Sport on the internet there, and that'll show you some times as they come through.
So on the line now we see the Grant Trophy truck off the line, Desert Dynamic, 2010 I believe this was brought into the country, the 405, their former Class 4 Australian ARB champion, Sandy. So as you said, great to see Paul and Mark Paul Grant back out here at Hillston. So it'll be interesting to see. Oh, there's Heath and Michelle Weed and Sandy, so you can see
there was a 30-second gap off the start line. So
I think it was a minute actually.
It was a minute.
We're going a minute, so you can see Heath and Michelle have really pulled in on the Gill combination.
It's a minute, they've definitely wound them in.
Next off the line, Sandy, is Matthew Hummer and Aaron Luxando in the first of our Polarises here, the 633. I think they're sponsored by Raceline Wheels, Melbourne base.
They ex-Winch Challenge guys, and they debuted over in, I think, the Pines, maybe.
I think it was here last year. They won that class. So you see the Gills coming through for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. So the 760 is about to set the first official time. So they will go P1. It's always exciting, the countdown. This is what it's all about.
Doesn't matter if you hold it for 1 minute,
You're still on top.
You're still on
the
top.
Gills will be on top, so we'll get your time. But Heath and Michelle Whedon, I'll tell you what, he's hanging it all out there in the prologue. The 701 Patrol, beautifully turned out. So we just saw
He's had a few problems too, Heath, with that engine.
Yeah, he's had a few engine dramas,
ongoing, hey. He's had 10 engines in the thing in 12 months.
Anyway, he's out here this weekend, and they will definitely, I reckon, go P1. We'll get you some times very shortly. Now to the line is another one of our Class 6 Can-Ams, Justin Ryder, Stephen Tees, Levi Hamilton in the 627. One of our Can-Am Maverick X3s, 23rd outright fourth in class at the Fink Desert Race a month ago, 13th outright second in class at the Big Desert 480 in March. I believe they're based around Brisbane, Sandy, so they made their way down through central New South Wales, and they're here at the Gap 440.
On screen you can see our vet, our Warwick vet. Gee, he pushes.
He loves it, doesn't he?
He
Absolutely
does love
loves it. 72 races last year, Sandy reckons, so not a bad effort.
Mate, I don't know, but it seemed like everywhere you turned he was racing.
So there we go, Sandy, our first, obviously, provisional times on our Chris Sport NZ. Heath and Michelle Whedon go quickest with a 10:30.8, and Darren and Kayleen Gill with a 11:05. So the 701, the car to beat.
There you
Rossi
go.
Newman, I don't know, I reckon Heath and Michelle might have made a bit of time up there as well, but
yeah, that's
great to see.
like that's 35 seconds. That's pretty impressive.
So we see the Yamaha come through on our screens.
I'm tipping we're going to see these times well under 10 minutes by the end
I reckon
of
we might break the 9, 8.5. I'm going to say around 8.5. It's a bit hard. Obviously, last year we didn't have the prologue. So we have another one of our, looks like it's the Matt Lavis entry, Andrew Dance, and the Yamaha Sandy off the line. They're another crew that have stepped up into Class 6 this year.
I see they've got the same number board, but they've scraped a 6 off the front and bolted a turbo on.
So that would be very interesting.
Yeah,
as you said, it'd be interesting to see how they go. They obviously won their Class 6 last year. Victory here, and it also Millicent. I think Rainbow as well. They're 3 from 3 in 2023. So it'll be very interesting to see how they stack up here in the Class 6 field. I think should be spearheaded by Jackson Evans. He's a great runner form.
Yeah, I tell you what, that thing looks fast, doesn't it?
So here's the locals, the Hillston, Jeremy Horn in the 609. First of our Class 6s coming through to complete the prologue dash. We'll try and get some times. So there, Ross Newman, the 6681 goes 10:53 for But I reckon he might be just about to be pipped here from 6:09.
Yeah,
But we'll stay tuned.
It's a bit hard to tell sometimes when they move around between each other. It's all right if they come in reasonably close, but I'll be doing a lot of refreshing on my feed here, I'm sure.
So there you go. Sandy goes second quickest. Jeremy Horn, the local Hillston lads, with a 10:45.6. So still around 14 seconds. Heath Weed leads the way. The next one off the line was our first of our King Chrome racing crews there, Sandy. Eden and Simon Evans. So the daughter and father combination in the Polaris, the 637.
I don't know how he sits next to her in that thing. I think it'll be a bit nerve-wracking sitting there with your daughter.
A bit of a ride. Well, it's great to see. I mean, Simon's, everyone knows...
been around the scene a long time in rally and all sorts of stuff, hasn't he?
He has. And it's great to see
good knowledge.
Those guys here in the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship for 2024.
James is on the start line, folks. James, he's built this. James Willands out of Dubbo in JMW Engineering, New South Wales. Built this car himself in his own shop. Been building rock crawlers and winch challenge cars for a long time. So he's had a little trouble this week. I think I said last night he had the computer on the Heltec on that thing. Kept dropping the tune every time he turned it off. So he had a few issues during the week, but feeling fairly confident with that car.
It's great to see. We just see a bit of provisional here on our Chris Sport timing here. We've got Chris Land, car 80, stopped at 5k mark, cruise okay. So another great start for Chris and Tanya Gordra, who we saw leave there before. Also, as you said, just off the line was James Whalen there in the 1020 car. Jason Keane shouldn't be too far away as well. Sandy, that's the single-seater, another one of our Brisbane-based crews. As the Lynch combination come through, but we see we have a new leader, Sandy. Bo and Brock Eli, the 669, go 9:53, so 37 seconds quicker.
Already breaking the 10-minute barrier.
Very impressive. So the 669, and that is the Can-Am Maverick R that you were alluded to, the only one here this weekend, which is the new model there for Can-Am. So Jason Keane's off the line, and for one of our Class 10s, I think that's going to be a class to watch this weekend.
9 entries, mate.
Yeah, very impressive, and you could literally throw them all up out of a hat, and anyone could win the class here. But it's his first time at Hillston. Jason Keane, I don't think he'll be the quickest, but he's like to set that very consistent speed, and over 440 kilometres here this weekend. It's one of them Jimco desert cars, I believe, with the GM Evotec 2.4 litres in it.
Bit of a closed gap coming into our left here, mate, with that 265 car and the Class 8.
So we just saw another one finish there, Sandy. Mal Lynch in the 676, Zach Lynch in the navigator seat. They go second quickest with a 10:06. So still Bo and Brock Eli leading the way in the 669.
By a fair bit too. 30 seconds is a fair gap.
Another one we just saw off the line was one of our local crews. The second of our ultimates, Dale Stan and Craig Ball, the Hillston locals, in the Feral Gen. I believe that's the Chris Martin ultimate. And here's Guy Schumacher.
Got a bit of smoke out the back there, mate.
He does.
Can you see that?
Not a great sign early, Sandy. You know a lot more about the Class 8s, the four drives than me, but hopefully there's no significant issues there for the 882 crew.
What it can be on the first. If things getting hot, might be a little bit of leftover oil, or who knows. Hopefully nothing sinister.
So we just saw the first of our Class 2s through as well, Sandy. Adrian Coatsworth, the 265 with a 10:26, so they go third quickest, so they'd be pretty happy with that, the second or third outing.
Doc off the start line, his RB30 powered car, running an RE4, just a patrol transmission and a patrol rediff, so lots of Nissan underbody going on with that thing.
It's an all home built
and
too.
He's been around a long time, been running that thing for a fair while too.
I think he's a couple of Class 4 championships too, so obviously gets rewarded for I know how much he loves getting out, and I know he supports the South Australian series as well, so does a lot of racing. I think his navigator's been a long time navigator there, Grant Mannion, so they've obviously got a good partnership there in the 445. So he was our 19th car away. So it looks like the only one we're missing so far is Chris Land, Tanya Gordra in the 80 Jimco.
Oh, you're right. I haven't seen
Oh,
that.
there you go, Sandy. So Class 8, the 882 are Guy Schumacher and Simon Finlay go quickest with a 9:44. So that's impressive. I could be happy to be proven wrong. I think it's our first off-road race this weekend too, obviously. A lot different to the rally and safaris that they're used to. And another one of our Class 6s off the line, Sandy, the 665, Aaron and Greg Nicol, another one of our crews based out of Brisbane. The father in the navigator's seat, young Aaron Nicol in the driver's seat. We talked to them last night, another one of our Can-Am Maverick Class 6 crews. So they were here in the first year, they missed last year. They said they love supporting the national ARB Australian Championship circuit. So looks like
Forsman's coming back into the finish. They're about 500 metres from the finish line, as you see on the camera there.
So a 10:26 for Coatsworth. So it'll be interesting to see also, obviously only two in the class, Sandy, but it's always great to see where they sort of stack up after prologue. Look pretty quick around there, one of the Tickner Ratbags Class 2 machines. Looks like Paul Grant and Mark Paul Grant still moving along nicely. Justin Ryder coming into the picture.
I'll tell you what, right behind him, the Hummer entry 633.
Matty Hummer. So the Class 6 battle's going to be on for young and old here this weekend. Class 6, Class 10, there's lots to look out for. Looks like the next one off the line was our 11-10 of Darren Franklin and Rob Hackney. Sandy, these guys have been supporting the ARB Australian Championship for some time now out of Condrook on the Victorian New South Wales border. So Paul Grant, look at Matty Hummer.
Matty Hummer's right up him, isn't it?
Talking about on a harm, Matty Hummer is right on the gas here on the 633 Polaris. So I reckon we could see a quickest time here. So we'll
he
keep
got held up into the finish box there.
On that.
I'm not too sure exactly from us where the finish box is.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge. I think it's pretty lateral to the... Look at the speed here of Justin Ryder, Stephen Teese. Keep an eye on these guys.
I'll tell you what.
It looks always well presented, these guys. They're pretty new to the sport, second, third season. Great shots over the top of the line. Brendan Hill in the single-seater Hurricane just left the line. There's Sandy out of Sydney, so one of our New South Wales crews, the 1004. They had a few issues down at Rainbow to start the season. It's great to see them.
Matty Hummer, mate, second, 9:48.
Yeah, look at
even.
That. Look quick, didn't he?
So he's only 3.3 seconds off the pace there. That's not too bad, and I reckon without a bit of the dust from...
Might have been a bit quicker, but
yeah,
he'll be
may
up
have
with
been
that.
a little bit quicker.
We saw Paul and Mark Paul Grant crossing 7th with a 10:41, and Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand go 10th quickest with a 10:57. So early advantage to Adrian Coatsworth in the little Southern Cross there for Class 2 honours. So this looks like it could be the 80. Is it the land entry? Obviously it did say on our unofficial times here that he had stopped, but great to see those guys back out and circulating. Looks like... So there you go. So we are, looks like we're missing the Glenn Collis, Jason Hample entry there in the Rimco. We won't allude to, I'm not exactly sure what that issue is there, but we'll also go, the next one off was the club president, Carl Power, Tess Power, Ben Burke in the Tatum. Little Class 10, and these guys will be quick. Obviously hometown knowledge, as you can say. But what you read into that, what you do, Sandy, but I know those guys have got the event on the back of their mind, but Carl Power, be great to see those guys.
On your screen there, you've got, is that Matty Lavis?
It's not Matty Lavis. Look at that. There you go. So I did say Justin Ryder. He's one to watch. He's a quick peddler in the Can-Am.
There you go.
He goes 9:13.5, so 31 seconds quicker than Guy Schumacher.
That's
in
a
the
big
Class
gap,
8.
isn't it?
That's
a really big gap.
Yeah, that's a big advantage. So Justin Ryder, Stephen Teese, the 6:27, the car to beat here, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the halfway mark of our prologue. There's another one of the regulars here in the ARB Australian Championship.
Oh, Mr. Mott.
Darren Mott, Daniel Floyd, a couple of our Sea Lake crews.
Mr. Mingay's old car.
They had a good start of the year.
They did,
Finished second in class at Rainbow, so... Matt Lavis, as you said, has got the turbo on it this year, which
he
is
might take a little bit of getting used to, maybe.
The 684. I think they're based down in South Coast, New South Wales, down around Bega. So... great to see those guys make their way here to Hillston. What a beautiful scene it is here, Sandy. And for those watching on from home, you did allude to the conditions. There's a nice breeze.
I think it's really good conditions.
I think it's
like
perfect,
you couldn't get really much better, could you?
A big difference to 12 months ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, I mean, over the years we've had wet events, but that's all part of it.
Yeah, that's right.
We've had many wet events over the years. We've had many super dusty events over the years
Remember
too.
that 1 year at Millicent, it was extremely wet, but
I think we've had had that up in Queensland where you wouldn't think it.
Yeah.
We've had been rained out up there, and I tell you what, doesn't really worry me. I don't care what we race in as long as we're racing.
And there you go, another one off the line. You're right there, Sandy's a Stewie Chapman entry, the single-seated Chenworth.
Pulled the turbo off now. I was speaking to Rob before. This car should react pretty well to having no turbo. Might obviously be a little bit slower, but I think
a bit more reliability,
a little bit more reliability and a lot smoother. You know,
and the kid can drive. He's proven that he's got no issues about that. We'll see his older brother Clayton.
The whole family's been driving for a long time, haven't they?
Long times, yeah. If you didn't have a steering wheel in your hand in that family at 4 or 5,
you might be outed.
Yeah. But great to see the Chapman's off-road racing out of Cooroy on the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. So we'll keep an eye on Stewie Chapman. Russell Harnett off the line very short. He's the next one. He's just taking off on cue there, Sandy. Judy Hartnett, the husband and wife combination. Another crew based out of Brisbane in the Razorback. As I said, 5th out right here 2 years ago. So the man, Russell Harnett, he can pedal. It's one of our Razorback entries. So I know there'll be a lot of Queenslanders watching on, supporting the 10-12 car this weekend. So here's a few coming through. Looks like Jason
single-seater. Then we've got James Willan and who's up here?
Might be the locals, is it?
Oh yeah, car 23.
Dale Standen, first time in the big Chev-powered Feral Gen car, as it's called. So Matt Lavis there, Sandy, 684 we saw come through with a 10:36, so goes 8th quickest. So still Justin Ryder, Guy Schumacher, Matt Hummer, Bo Eli and Mal Lynch, the top 5. But I think there's a few times about to get thrown into the hat here, because Dale Stan, it's going to be very interesting to watch him over the course of the weekend, Sandy. First time in a big car. It's a different beast
Trying to get
altogether.
James there.
The first of our Bentley cars just left the line, Sandy. The
Class 10.
Sam Bentley Tom Burrows Race Engineering Class 10 machine. I think it's got one of those GM Ecotec 2.4 litre engines in that little car. They had I think they had a few issues heading down to Fink, and they did finish up there, I think 14th at Rainbow earlier in the year, round 1 of this championship. So
2 Bentley entries this weekend.
might have jumped queue there. It might be the 1018 there on the line now. Sam Bentley, Tom Burrows. About a Harnett combination that just left. We'll stay tuned on that. Looks like that might be Doc Smith on our screens there, Sandy, coming towards the finish.
That's a well-refined car now, isn't it, Doc's car?
There we go. So the local Dale Stan and Craig Ball, the 23, goes second quickest with a 9:15, Sandy. And as you say, did have maybe a little bit of a hold up there for James Whalen entry. So
I think that hold up only happened in the last 500 or 700 metres. It wasn't detrimental, I don't think.
So there you go. That is our first of our second of our class 11s just left the line. Looks like there the 7 litre V8 of Jan Cry and Hendrik Cry in the bat spec machine, and they've been massive supporters of the Queensland AORRA series for some time now. It's great to see them down here at Hillston for the first time, Sandy, and all the best to the 1140 crew. I know they'll have their family watching on. I think they're based at North Lakes, which is in the northern suburbs of Brisbane. So,
tell you what,
Aaron Nichols,
gee whiz,
that's nearly the quickest we've seen.
That's
through
pretty.
there,
yeah, that is fairly quick through that section. So as long as he held that pace all the way through, he should be good.
So still Justin Ryder. So John Smith, the doctor, goes 4th quickest with a 9:46.
It's interesting to see what pulls the good times and where, isn't it?
That's right.
You know? Some of these cars are definitely, you would imagine the Doc's car's got a lot more horsepower than some of these side-by-sides. But
we just saw the 607 leave the line there, Sandy, the Lachlan and Greg Campbell, so a son and father combination there. Another one of our Can-Am Maverick X3 competitors out of Sydney. So I think they were 3rd in class at the ARB Big Desert 480, and we know the calibre of GRC Motorsport. Greg Camwell's
been building cars a long time. I raced with him, back when he was running the Porsche.
Yep.
Many years ago.
So it's great to see him here this weekend. Young Lachlan won the New South Wales Championship outright last year, so he's got the results on the board. 6:07.
Drones following the Franklin entry, I think that is.
Saw one of our locals, one of the main men behind this event, off the line there, Sandy Dean McGinley and Dean DeMarco. The Dean is off the line in the Tatum. Darren Franklin coming through, so all the best to Dean McGinley. I know he was in the top 10 here last year. He finished, I think it was 9th outright at the ARB Big Desert 480 of the year, so he's in the championship hunt, the 1087, so all the best to those guys. And another one of our local Griffith competitors. So there you go, Sandy. We have a new pole sitter, Aaron Nickel, in the 665 with a 907. 907.
That's impressive.
So Nickel, Ryder, Standen, Schumacher and John Smith, your top 5 here provisionally. The opening, sort of as we head towards the back end of our prologue here for 2024, Sandy.
A little bit of a mix of cars too, isn't it? A couple of Class 6s. An ultimate car, and
that's
Class 11, Class 8, Class 4.
Brendan Hill coming through now at 10:04.
Little single-seater.
That was home built, and we just saw off the line another one of our Queensland crews, David Lufton and Jake Stevenson, and the Honey Badger, of course, manufactured there by Earth's Edge Engineering down there in Adelaide. So shout out to those guys. But yeah, great to see the 104 David Lufton. He's currently leading the Queensland Championship as well, Sandy. He's had 3 finishes with 3 top 5 finishes up there in Queensland, so great to see him make the way down at Hillston. So it's a big challenge to do 2 championships in the 1 year, but looks like that's what he's endeavouring to do, so all the best to those guys. It's like Carl Power, the club president, coming through. Darren Franklin, Sandy, with a 9:37, goes 4th quickest there in the little Class 11
Jackson
Canyon.
Evan off the line there, the first of the King Chrome entries.
It's a bit interesting to keep an eye on those guys.
This car sounds super impressive. That engine in they've done in that 2-litre thing.
Yeah.
Tell you what, they put a lot of energy in that mob, don't they? The Evans crew.
Yeah, the King Chrome guys. They do massive amounts of work. Still waiting for Eden Evans to come through. We haven't seen her yet, so hopefully she's not too far away. But off the line next will be, needs no introduction, the 11-18 of Hayden Bentley and Hannah Bentley. Father and daughter combination in the Race Engineering. I believe there's a 7-litre Chevy gone into this one. Keep an eye on Hayden Bentley. I don't know if he'll be the quickest here this morning, but expect that former Australian champion, 2-time Fink Desert Race victor. You don't win Fink twice, Sandy,
if you don't know what you're doing.
So keep an eye on Hayden Bentley. He hasn't raced for some time now. He had a bit of an incident at Rainbow last year, I believe.
But he's back, and he's back with full force now.
But keep an eye on Hayden Bentley. This is what he's based his life around, really, hasn't it? The off-road. The kids have sort of come up through it as well. So great to see those guys based out. I think they're around the Port Pirie area of South Australia, so made their way across, and keep a close eye on Hayden Bentley. So Darren Mott coming through here as well. Carl Power, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, for the local fans, goes 2nd quickest with a 9:08. So Carl Power,
it's only 1 second behind.
1 second, I believe his daughter Tess is in the navigator seat, but he'll be very happy with where he stands there. Darren Mott will get a finish. Stewie Chapman coming past us here, so keep an eye on Stewie Chapman. This will be very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing the time at 10:14.
What a loose guy.
He's a loose cannon, but he loves it, doesn't he?
He's in there on his own.
I reckon this could be P1. That looked quick, didn't it?
That was quick.
So we just saw the next of our Class 11s off the line, Sandy. It's starting to heat up here. James Sant, Lizzie Sant, all the way from, I believe they're at Port Douglas, up there in the beautiful north of Queensland, in the Racer Engineering 7-litre. So keep an eye on those guys, but Sandy will wait.
Still got the Nickel entry, Power, Ryder, Standen and Hill.
There you go, so he goes
third
quickest. Third quickest, Sandy. Stewie Chapman with a 9:12.
He did look fast.
He did look fast.
He looked loose,
You can
but
see
he looked
why
fast.
you can see why he's a massive contender in a ultimate machine. But this weekend he's in the Class 10. I think he's got visions to stay there for a while. The Harnett combination now through. Look at Russell Harnett. Talk about a man that can steer a race car. Another one of our
We just got
Brisbane-based
hit by
crews.
rocks in our little commentary box.
Another one to keep a close eye on. Off the line now, Sandy, the next of our machines. It's the locals, the father and daughter combination, Stephen, Bowie Graham and Ella Graham. Keep an eye on Bowie this weekend. I tell you what, he's definitely in that mix for that podium.
He was super fast last year.
Yeah, he was. He had an issue late in the proceedings. And
I think he did well, though.
Yeah. I think he come fifth, around that thing, but he was right up there for podium contention. I think he got a flat tyre by memory as well, and the year before. But keep an eye on Mr. Stephen.
Looks
Bowie
like our
Graham.
Bentley Class 10 coming in.
He pushes that Class 10 Illumicraft to its max. Stephen Bowie Graham, but back to our start line. It looks like young Bentley coming through there, Sandy. And next one off the line is car 3. So the 3 means they finished third outright in the 2023 ARB Australian Championship. Matty Burrows and Jay Mitchell, who Jay's the son of the property owners, who we thank, of course, for having us here this weekend. John and Sheree Mitchell, and of course the Irvine family. And obviously without those guys, Sandy, this is not possible at all.
And phenomenal properties out here.
Great. 83 kilometres of serious racetrack ahead of us here this afternoon. So Matty Burrows, who had a great start to the championship. I think he finished 7th at Rainbow, so that's a great performance.
He's just stepped straight into it and done well from the dot.
He was 12th at Fink last few weeks ago, so he's just really clocking up those consistently good results. And the next one off the line, we're starting to heat up here, Sandy Bowman in the commentary box. So Yarn Cry comes through. Now, it's a very unique car, isn't it? I know those South African designed and made, and actually from South Africa, the Cry family. So I think they come over here in the mid-2000s. So actually was on the plane with Hendrick, the navigator, the son there coming in. So yeah, very interesting family, but great to see those guys here at Hillston this weekend. Get over in the Keymax race crew. So next one off the line is the 68, and this is one of our,
They've been going a fair while, the Barnett crew. They're lovely, the Cougar Racing mob.
They are great to hang around. If you want a great Northern, head over to
the
Cougar Racing crew. Yeah, great to see them. They're, you don't want to put the commentators' jinx on, but they've had such a good last 2 or 3 years. I think last year, Sandy, they did 7 major races for 7 finishes, 4 top 10s. They finished ultimate champions.
Always well prepared.
And I love their goal. Like, everyone says, the goal is to get to the finish line. Lots aren't able to do that, tick that goal off. But tell you what, as I said to him last night, he's been a master of seeing the checkered flag. He has a few issues here at Hillston, though, over the last couple of years. But, all the best to Craig and Megan Barnett. Gary Hardy also down as a navigator. But, Southern Cross, and they push it to its limits. The 6 Ford wins a V8 of Michael Marson.
Definitely one of my favourites out here, that engine, that's for sure.
And you'll hear it very soon as to why we say that. Try and get some more times. There you go. So Yarn Cry in the 1140 go with an 854.
Mate, first in our 8 bracket.
There you go. I didn't pick that from Yarn
No,
Cry.
I didn't either. Not
just shows you the 7 litre. A bit more extra ponies there. Russell Harnett goes 4th quickest with a 908.9. Knocks Stewie Chapman into 5th, and Lockie and Greg Campbell go 6th quickest. So there you go.
Our local boy Dean coming around to the finish line now.
Dean McGinley, great to see those guys. Another consistent performer. Next one off the line, we got Streaky Bay, Simon and Kyle Tucker. I don't know what it is, I just love the call. Simon Tucker from Streaky Bay. And it's great to see car 110, the Southern Cross, and another one of those guys that just always pushes above their weight. 6th outright at the first round down there at Rainbow earlier in the year, Sandy. Very consistent performers. And if everything goes their way this weekend, don't be surprised to see the green Simon machine of Simon Tucker
they did
right
quite
up there.
well out at Rainbow.
And their sons just purchased a gym code, so I believe they'll not be a 2-car team very shortly. So keep an eye out for Tucker Motorsport. David Luffman coming in, Sandy. It looks like first.
So we're kind of down to our last sort of 5 leaving the line here.
Yeah, and I reckon this is my tip. I'm going to put it out there. I reckon Jason Richards, Charlotte and Sam Richards, the local Griffith contenders in the 119 here. The 4th final car to leave the line for prologue. Keep an eye on these guys, Sandy. They had a few issues to start their weekend last year, but all eyes on the line, and the Richards combination are off and running. This is a big part of the event for me, Sandy.
Yeah.
He finished day one out in the outright lead in 2022. Had an issue, an axle snapped on the start line last year. But Jason Richards, if you're all about Jason Richards, I'm all in his corner this week, and I'd love a fairy tale story. It's been 7 years since Andy Ryan won at Stackpool, but you just never know.
Good to see another local pull of goods, wouldn't it?
There you go, Sandy.
Gee
so
whiz.
Dean McGinley goes
Tell you
second
what,
quickest.
That
907.
Evans car
He's
is...
flying, isn't he? The 635. Have a look at this. Jeez, Jackson Evans,
That's
what's he
impressive.
going to do?
That's impressive.
So the time to beat, ladies and gentlemen, is an 8:54 yarn cry in the 11:40 bat, and off the
Which
line.
is a single-seater.
So here we go. This is a great thing off the line here. Sandy, Brent Martin, Andre De Simone, the two-time defending ARB Australian champions. Our ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440 champions from last year, and they're running the 916 weeks. And Sandy, which is great to see, I believe, in remembrance of Ben Gaffey, who we lost unfortunately a few months ago. I believe it was Brent's cousin. So great tribute to those guys, and I know they'd love to do him proud this weekend.
We do have a new pole sitter.
Look at that.
As such.
Jackson Evans.
Jackson Evans.
That is super.
I tell you what, 8:52.7, 2 seconds in front of that little bat. So we've got a new leader, folks.
So what can Hayden Bentley do? The former Australian champion. It's been a while since he's stood atop a dial.
I don't think he will have forgotten what to do, though.
He's got plenty of experience. Now on the line for our penultimate car here, Sandy's car 15 out of Croy on the sunny coast. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, these guys were scintillating at the Rainbow Desert 480, of course.
And also
Toyota powered.
Did pull a win at Gundy
last year. What a weekend that was.
The year before, sorry.
No, it was last year.
Oh, it was last year, sorry, yeah.
Unfortunately, that fire, the paddock fire that
Yep.
called the race early.
Yeah.
Michael Marson finished second. Talking about Marson, he shouldn't be too far away as well, but Clayton Chapman,
11.
Adam Maguire, can they pull off another? There you go. So Hayden Bentley, third quickest.
The sand entry coming behind
So we're
us.
looking at this. I reckon Jackson Evans going to be leaving around that, I reckon in that top 3 or 4 or 5 cars, which is extraordinary here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. The 2-litre Polaris Pro R, great to see. And off the line now, Sandy, the final car for prologue for the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, Bo Robinson, Shane Hart.
Off a win at the...
well, their greatest moment.
Yeah.
30 years of OBR, really, winning the Fig Desert race a month ago. So.
And they're also off a win at Rainbow.
Yep.
The ARB Championship, so...
A big win down there, but off the line. So there we go. The OBR crew are away, and we saw the James and Lizzie Sand racer just come through. So keep an eye on the 11:44. So around around 8 or 9 cars still on the track here.
Tell you what, Bentley went a 9:01, so he's currently in 3rd place. Popped by bloody Jackson Evans.
I know, look at Jackson Evans. That is extraordinary.
I tell you who's a good contender though, this fella.
What's Bowie Graham going to say about that? The 1065. Can he knock off an 852.7? Well, stay tuned for that. He's got one more left-hander, but Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt, the final car to go. It's all about the prologue. I know those guys have got 2 championships on their minds, but this weekend it's all about the Gap 440. It's the first time Bo's been to the Griffith area for, I reckon over a decade now. But
a little while.
Great to see. We see young Matty Burrows, Jay Mitchell. The first time we've seen those guys back in here. So if we get a time, the Sant combination go 8th quickest there with a 908. And there we go. We have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen. The local
Bowie, a little Class 10 car. That's fantastic.
Called it early, didn't we? Steve
That's fantastic.
And Ella Graham. An 8:38. So they've smashed the time of Jackson Evans.
Yeah, not just by a little bit.
14 seconds.
Yeah.
So we just
wait.
wait.
I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of gaps, and Matty Burrows, it looks like he's having a real dust-free run. So either Bowie's pulled the goods right in front of him.
Bit of a moment there for young Matty Burrows, hanging it all out there in the Class 1. Of course, number 3 on the roof this weekend for good reasons.
He just started behind Bowie.
Oh, that just shows you, doesn't it?
He's obviously had a little issue out there or something, because...
Or is it just that Bowie Graham's just gone that fast? It's just
well, he was like that last year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bowie was close to untouchable.
I mean, what a story. Class 10 winning a national race. So Eden Evans, unfortunately, stopped at the 12.4k mark, which is, I reckon, just about the top of that paddock over there, Sandy. He's not too far away from where we stand. And there is, it looks like...
Martin? Who's that?
That looks like, is it the...
Chappie?
No, I don't think it's
Barnett.
Chappie.
It's Barnett's car. There you are. It's Craig.
It is Craig Barnett, so they're still circulating nicely. And look at Michael Marson just
He's
hovering there
he's not
behind
far.
Barnett. Marson and Carlborn, how much would they love to get a national victory? Still eluded them to date, the 32 crew. They've been so close on so many occasions, been around the traps for a long time. The fastest, well, Talbot Cox might have something to say about the fastest cane farmer in the north. So Cougar Racing, Craig Barnett throwing it all out there, and that's a nice little concluding stages, isn't it here, Sandy?
I tell you what, Matty Burrows has just pipped Jackson Evans, so we've got Graham Bowie on in the 1065 and 838 even. Matty Burrows with an 852.5 and Jackson Evans with an 852.7.
This is the time I want to see. The first of our major
what,
contenders here to the lead, I believe. Sandy will get an eye on the 32. Marson Carlborn about to finish their prologue. As you said, 8:38 flat is the time to beat. What can the 32 car do here? Wait with the time. It'll be very, very close, I believe. They look very quick. Barnett goes into 6th quickest, so Cougar Racing will be very happy with that. That's a good run for Craig Barnett, isn't it? 9:01. First sign of Streaky Bay's Simon Tucker coming through. Next of our class.
Hey,
ones.
Mr. Marson, an 822.2. That's phenomenal.
Great work, great work. There's a lot of North Queenslanders watching on.
16 seconds off Bowie, who was impressive.
Yep, so there you go. That just sort of shows you. So that gives us a good indication, I believe, now, Sandy, of where Richards, Martin, Chapman and Robinson will sort of fit into the fray.
Yeah.
But yeah, Michael Marson with an 8:22, as you said, 16 seconds. Steve Graham, Matty Burrows will be happy. Jackson Evans, he's still going to be around that 7, 8, 9 position off the grid here this afternoon.
So there's Michael Tucker coming around.
Simon Tucker, yeah. Sorry, Simon
Michael.
Tucker. Kyle Tucker in the navigator's seat. Southern Cross, Aussie made, of course. Obviously, there's wet patch still to the track. You did mention that yesterday, Sandy.
Yes.
A couple of places.
I reckon it'll be dry, by tomorrow morning.
Perfect conditions.
It'll be dry.
So we see Tucker come through, Jason Richards, Charlotte Richards and Sam Richards sharing the navigator duties. And there is
there's a reasonable gap there.
There is. We'll try and get a time for... There we go, Tucker. So 1.9 seconds off the pace of Stevie Graham. So he goes third quickest. So Marson, Graham, Tucker, Burrows and Jackson Evans, your top 5, with only four cars remaining on the circuit.
But they're bloody fast cars.
Really fast
be
cars,
honest.
yeah.
We've got Brent Martin, last year's champion.
Yeah, talking about Brent Martin, we just see him come over the back of our pictures. So all eyes on Richards. He's got his children in the navigator seat here this weekend. That's what it's all about. For those watching on 5 o'clock racing, and wouldn't he love to be celebrating tomorrow afternoon?
Gee whiz, Brent's on the gas here.
So they've turned the Class 1 into a Ultimate this year, Sandy. Obviously, up into a 4.5 litre, I believe, same engine. So a few little issues this year. He didn't finish. I think he had some dramas on the first lap at Rainbow, but that always part of the beast of off-road racing, as you know, Sandy. And what a 2 years he's had, hasn't he?
Phenomenal.
Unbelievable. 7 consecutive podium finishes at national level. Not many that can say they've achieved that. Oh, he's a all class. Jason Richards goes second quickest, Sandy, with an 8:34. So where does Brent Martin on Andre De Simone, Martin Motorsports Gymco, cross the line? The 916. So our final 2 cars on the track. Clayton
Chapman and
look at the speed of Clayton Chapman. He wants P1. He wants to lead us off here at 2 o'clock. As you say, you cannot win the race here. That is an absolute pure fact, Sandy. You will not win it here today, but you can set yourself up beautifully
for a good start tomorrow, especially, or even this afternoon.
Well, I know a lot of people like the chase.
I can hear Bo in the background.
Yet to see Bo, so this is very interesting. You've got to remember,
it's a big gap between.
But all eyes on Clayton Chapman, and geez, he looks quick from where we stand here.
He's going to miss it. No, he got it. He got the bloody post. He got the sign.
Have a listen to that.
That
So
2J?
Clayton Chapman, the 2J, yeah, the turbo. First signs of Bo Robinson and Hart, but all eyes on the 15.
Mate, currently in first. Before Chappie goes over the line and we get his score, we're going to give him a little bit of praise here.
have a
Brent
look at
Martin
that.
with an 8:09, folks.
8:09.
In front of Marson with an 8:22. Bo's come into our
And
pitch at the
oh my
last.
God, Sandy Bowman, join me in calling it. Clayton Chapman goes 8:06 in the 15. So Queensland has hit the lead.
Tell you what.
That is sharp. He looked quick, didn't he? He's those front 3 or 4. He's going to be one hell of an afternoon.
Let's see what Bo can come up with.
Eyes on.
He's going to be have to be working hard to
Jeez, yeah, it's
put an answer into those.
Of course, Toby Price won the inaugural the Gap 440 2 years ago here to the same weekend. Of course, Brent Martin, our champion here in 2023. So the last car in prologue, ladies and gentlemen, Bo Robinson, in the form of his life, many would say. The Mason Trophy Truck 2-wheel drive. Gee,
We are going to end up with a smashed window here.
Well, we got one up here, that's for sure. So all eyes on Hut in the navigator's seat. Bo Robinson, he needs no introduction. The first time here at Hillston for these guys. The time to beat, Sandy 8:06.0. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire.
We're madly refreshing us.
And there you go, goes third quickest with an 8:11.0. Third quickest. So Chapman, Martin and Robinson, 5 seconds between the three.
So your top 10, let's go. Clayton Chapman with an 8:06. Brent Martin with an 8:09.8. Bo Robbo with an 8:11 flat. Mick Marson in that car 32, 8:22.2. Jason Richards, 8:34. Bowie in the 1065 car, an 8:38 flat. Tucker entry 8:39.9. Matty Burrows in car 3 8:52.5. Jackson Evans 8:52.7, and the little 1140 bat at 8:54.7. So, and Bentley and Barnett just outside the top 10. So that's pretty impressive top 10. Those gaps.
That is very good, but what a finish. I mean, the climax, isn't it just incredible to see? So you look at the sort of Steve Graham was pipped by Marson, Richards was just behind him, and then of course we saw Martin come in quick. Clayton Chapman, you could tell how quick he was moving with an 8:06, and as you said, Bo Robinson in the third, but Sandy, 5 seconds between those guys. What is it, around 45 seconds between first and 10th, which is...
And we're probably going to see a lap time of about 40 minutes, wouldn't we?
I reckon it'll probably be a bit more. I think last year it was around
mid-40s.
50. I think it was about 58 last year,
I suppose
actually.
we've got an 83 k
83,
track.
and it is tight and technical, isn't it? There's a lot of in and outs. And,
Yeah.
But yeah, great to see. So what a stage we've set here for the 2024 edition, Sandy. That was, great to see. And prologue, just it's a great way to start any weekend, isn't it? A motorsport event. And yeah, honours. Obviously provisional. We must say that, Sandy. These are provisional results. But it looks like from where we stand here, our pole sitters for the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, belong to the Queenslanders, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, with an 8 minute 6 seconds lap.
And that's a crew that's been in the car together for a long time.
And yeah, as you said,
15 years or so.
You had the luxury of calling those guys to their maiden national win at Gundy last August.
Yeah.
They didn't. I think they finished the Don River Dash with a few issues 5th, and then they finished 2nd at Rainbow. So
they've done stellar. So we've got a couple of different things coming on for the weekend. We've got helicopter rides out here.
Yep.
We've got some coffees and some egg and bacons and stuff going on down there as well for the folks that are here.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see across all the weekend. Of course, our camera's brought to you by Seraphin Ag, Profent, Conopara Hotel, Harvey's Service Centre. We'll just go quickly through the gold sponsors here this weekend. MR Trans, which is Michael Marson, Show and Go Photography, Riverina Logistics, Dean's Auto Electrical, of course, Dean McGinley in town in Griffith, Horn Ag, Farm Freight, Agro, Terra Ag Fuel, Cademo, Elders Griffith, Melbergen, Pastoral, Albans, McNabb's Mobile in town, Rivcott, and Lake Machinery Services. And yeah, there's awesome footage, Sandy, here brought to you by the team. And I mean, this is a great initiative by AORRA and the ARB Australian Offroad Championship. I mean, Yeah.
There's a lot of energy goes in.
There is.
I know the energy from every different angle. I've run events in the past, and I've done every different, or most aspects of any off-road race, I suppose. And just to get a race car here with your mates or your crew is one thing, but to run the event and what goes on in the background, right from the association, we've got AASA on board, AORRA. To get an event going, it's a massive amount of energy.
Yep. Massive shout out to the team here at the Griffith Offroad Club, and as you said, the last few years they've moved the event from Stackpool, which is at Gulgowie, here to Hillston, which is obviously that's just
tiny bit further out, but a couple of great properties.
When there's a will, there's a way, and obviously the Mitchell family and the Irvine family said, yeah, you can play here, and great to see a lot of people here as well. For those watching at home, we have quite a couple of vantage points here at the headquarters on the start line, and to our left as you come towards the finish closing stage of that. Looks like the Eden Evans car over there. Sandy's coming on the back of a tow rope. So to our left over the back, the 637. So that was a DNF for those, Eden and Simon, unfortunately, in the Polaris. But
she hasn't had the best of runs.
No, hasn't had the best
with some of the events, has she?
But hopefully things are up. But I'll tell you what, her brother Jackson's doing some great things, and heck with this drone footage, of course, Sandy, and we'll have the luxury of being able to witness some of that in the first opening lap here this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And
bit of a replay, folks, from the prologue. You see that water. Yeah. There's only really half a dozen. I'm going to say up to maybe 10 puddles out there like that. And I think by the time the group has gone, the whole field has been through by this afternoon's first lap, I think that'll be gone. Yep. There might be one little muddy section, but there's not much standing water out there, and what is there, like I said, it'll be blown out of the way pretty quickly.
So obviously no massive surprises there in that top 5, I suppose, as well in the results. Sandy, Chapman, Martin, Robinson, Marson, Richards, but it's the locals sort of there, Richards, Graham. So, and as you know, over 83 kilometres, 5 laps, anything can happen. So it's just, yeah, I mean, it's all to play out for, and we'll get a bit of a glimpse, as you say, of the times, sort of where they, unfortunately, the nature of the beast, we will have, I'd say, a few cars that don't bring it back this afternoon, but hopefully we can get all cars back. That always happens,
unfortunately. Hopefully Eden can get back out there, and also I've forgotten who else was stopped out there, but hopefully they.
Well, we had 41 on our times here, and I think it didn't have the Chris Land who we did see come through, obviously a bit over time. So I think we didn't see Glenn Collis start, and Eden Evans didn't finish. But other than that, I think we're nearly all
most of them
all home.
Yeah, through. We've got a big weekend out here, don't we? Really. There's we'll go later on. We might go for a wander down through the pits if we can. Once again, we're in the middle of nowhere, basically, aren't we, in Hillston?
Yep.
Not in the middle of nowhere, but we're a bit further out, so it's a bit harder to get internet and all that sort of stuff out to you guys for live feeds, etc. There's always something that challenges us in the background of the from the production team. Regardless, although we've done it many times. I know the energy they put in just to getting even cables run to microphones, etc.
Yeah, it's not just the flick of the switch, that's for sure. A couple of shout-outs to our in-kind sponsors. Sandy, of course, 57 Automotive, who I believe supplied the trophies this weekend. Craig McKean, Earthmoving, one of the local guys. Fantastic amount of work out here at McTockton with the earthwork. Show and Go Photography, Conopara Hotel, Casella Family Brands, supplying the fluids later on in proceedings, and to buy Print World for the printing needs here for the club. So shout out to all those guys.
On our screen, that GU Patrol was the next Mick Mayer car.
He had a nice run, didn't he? He did have solid finish.
Solid finish. That was a ex-Winch Challenge car in the early days, turned into an off-road car, and then these guys once again have been doing a little bit of Australian safari and styled events. Condo and that one out of Broken Hill, I forget the name of that one out of Broken Hill that runs, so it'd be good to see some more Class 8s.
So he came in 26 outright, obviously the sole representative in his class this weekend, so he's got the early honours there.
You do have to compete 75% to be a finisher.
Yeah, so
if the guys unfortunately bomb out today, then they may well not get a placement. But as long as you do 75%, you'll get a finish.
So unfortunately, that's the first sign of our
Simon and Eden giving us a little wave as they go past. Sure, we'll get the scoop on what's gone wrong there, but it doesn't look like it's missing an axle or anything exciting, does it? Might have spat a belt, or who knows.
The nature of off-road racing, Sandy, you just never know, do you? I know you've been around the traps for over 2 decades now, and you've had your fair share of DNFs. Everything from
last year at the Pines, the boys, we didn't even get off the trailer. Basically, we got off the trailer and had some issues. So yeah, folks, what's on your screens right now is a replay from the prologue. These are just going through the early on. I think that's the car 405 Grant entry you're seeing on your screens. Number 1 engineering. So,
of course, the prologue brought to you by Raceline Wheels, sponsored across the championship, Sandy, which has been a great initiative the last couple of years.
They've come on board with the championship sponsor in the last couple of years, yeah. The Mickey Thompson, ARB, of course.
The championship sponsors, yeah.
And Raceline Wheels have put up a fair bit to keep this championship going. We could always do with more.
Yeah, of course.
But they've been phenomenal backing us for the last, Mickey Thompson and ARB from the inception of the championship 10-ish years ago.
I think it's the 11th year, I believe. 2013 was the inaugural one.
Yeah, Raceline jumping on board in the last 12, 18 months, which is fantastic. We've still got a couple of hours, folks, until we start the main race. The main race, which is the first of an 82-kilometre course, farm tracks. You got some creek beds, some wet, some not.
There's a lot of obstacles, isn't there?
Yeah, so you're in and out amongst the trees, and at the end of the day, I think it's a ripper track. There's nothing to, apart from dropping into some of the riverbeds and watching out for some washouts, there's nothing to stand out when it comes to damage. Like obviously people can run off and hit trees and all that sort of stuff, as we know. But as far as
in terms of race lines and stuff,
there's nothing. There's no massive rock sections. There's no massive whoop sections that we normally get in some of the other races. So here's fairly straightforward, I would say, as a track.
Yep. Just got to be on your game, don't you? I mean, if you're doing 80 k's, 58, 59 minutes, like it's.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the other tracks are only 60 k's long, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. And you wouldn't really call it a quick track, I don't think, out there, but I mean, it's all right sitting from here, but
yeah, we start at 2 o'clock for our main race, as per the program.
So we saw Ross Newman come through before.
We said before, he competes a lot. Like, he was one of the most travelled off-roaders last year.
13 or 14 races, I think he did but not just in one area either.
Yeah,
He's obviously
each end of the world.
A couple in New South Wales. Loves the Queensland circuit, obviously based at Warwick, and then support of the ARB Championship.
Eddie Lavis on your screen, folks. Once again, he's been running class 66 for the last few years, and now bolted a turbo on it, scraped the number off, and is actually looked to be reasonably competitive out there. It might take a little bit to get used to. You can test your car at home, but once you get out here and it's under race conditions, it can be a little bit of a different feeling to what you play around in the paddock at home.
So we might just wrap it up there, Sandy. We might go for a bit of a
wander
through the pits. So we'll be back very soon. Stay tuned for those watching on at home, and yeah, we'll see you in a few seconds.
Oh, good. I tell you what, mate. Quick time out there today.
Yeah, we just went out, pedalled it, and pushed hard, and felt comfy in the car. Adam and I were just in sync from the get-go, and mate, great run, clean run, and real happy with it.
You've been in the car together for about, I'm going to say 15 years-ish?
Yeah, a bit more than that, probably 17, 18. So we've
it's well tuned by now.
It's well tuned by now. we get along well in there, so it works good.
And the 2J sounded good. It looked good.
Yeah, no, it's
threw rocks at us in the commentary box.
That's good. That was my main aim out there today, mate. So I'm happy with that. No, it's ran smooth. I got nothing else to say. The Mickeys were gripping up well, and she just was hauling the mail down those straights.
How did the track feel?
It's probably a little slippery than I expected. I thought there'd be a little more grip underfoot.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have thought the same.
Yeah, so there was a few patches where we were braking late, trying to push it, and we were slipping in a bit.
There was a couple of water sections. You probably didn't get much when you came through, but the first cars.
Yeah, they were just pushed into massive big square holes now. Yeah. So we were hitting pretty hard through those, still getting covered in mud. So, but no, the rest of the track was good. If you just pick the terrain right, there was enough grip, lean in the ruts, and worked well. So
there you go, and gets a result.
Yeah, that's it. So, looking forward to the Savo section, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so. There you are, Clayton Chapman, folks.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to my wife, Amy, and my little boy, Blake, sitting at home. So,
weekend.
Hello!
They've just moved house, so...
Thanks for letting me go and race.
Thank you, mate. There's one of the Chapman entries, Clayton, and we've got brother Stu who's moved into his Class 10 over here. Stu, if we can have a word... Let us know, mate. How was it with no boost?
Definitely a bit slower. But no, it was good fun.
I tell you what, it looked smooth. It looked very smooth. So.
Yeah, it was getting a bit wild out there, just pushing real hard just to try and keep it going. But no, in the end of the day, had a good run and just learning the car a bit more and see what I can actually do with it. Yeah, it's good.
Learning the car. You've been in the car for a little while now, and you've been in the game for a little while now, but learning the car with no boost, I'm tipping, is what you're meaning.
Yeah, just the lack of power, pushing corners harder and that kind of thing. Just a different driving
keeping the
style.
Momentum.
Yeah, don't have that power to get me out of trouble. So
I get it.
No, it's good.
All right, well, enjoy it, mate.
Will do, thank you very much.
They are the second of the Chapman entries, or the first, whichever way you want to look at it. The Chapmans have been around a long time. As we all know, Rob has been, and the whole family have been into it for a fairly long time now. I think we'll wander over this way behind me. I'll throw you to Toby, who's going to chat to our local guys. We've got Bowie's crew over this way. Tell you what, the wind is still fairly strong out here, I'm going to say about 20 k an hour-ish.
Thanks, Sandy. Down here with one of our locals, Jason Richards, mate. A nice start to your weekend. Fifth, how do you feel?
Yeah, no, pretty good. The car was good. I got a little bit of a flutter and a bit of a wiring issue, but yeah, no, felt good. So it's not one in prologue. So yeah, we'll have hopefully a good lap to Savo, and yeah, see how we go.
And obviously it wasn't the greatest start to your weekend last year. Obviously we didn't have the prologue, but yeah, obviously in a lot better position here. And as you said, you led it here after day one 2 years ago. So I suppose, 83 kilometres ahead of you and a lot to play out for today.
Yeah, mate, yep. No, it wasn't. I don't know if anyone's seen me leave the line. I was very tentative off the clutch, but yeah, no, hopefully we can make them leave the axles and have a good run.
And obviously only your second start of the year. You only did a couple of races last year, so obviously seat time, and once you get into the groove again, world's your oyster.
Yeah, no, I haven't done much. Car wasn't ready. I got a bit of work done to the car, so Monk changed the front end and that, so it's made it a bit better. So hopefully we can get in and do some racing.
And in a couple of hours' time, you have one of your best mates starting out behind you. That could be interesting.
Yeah, he'll be pushing me all the way, but anyway, it'll be fun.
Very good. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, one of our locals, Jason Richards. And we'll try and get a word with Bowie Graham. They are, Bowie, I tell you what, 6th outright in the Class 10,
And 32 seconds off the pace, but super impressive, mate. What did you think of the track?
No, the track was good. There was only really one hole, deep out the back that we had a bit of trouble with and copped a bit of mud. But other than that, it was hooking up good. It's only going to get better.
The calls are coming good from the passenger seat.
They always do.
Yeah. Car seems good. No dramas with the car today?
No, car's good. Yeah, we're all good. We'll put a bit of fuel in and we'll be ready to go.
And overall, I know you were super impressive last year here, I must say. So feeling for the weekend again?
I think it's going to be a bit tougher again this year. Like there's going to be a few more exposed rocks and stuff and tree roots. But yeah, like if we can maintain where we are and keep the car going and be there at the end, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, I know the track is a lot drier. Obviously this year we've been blessed with good weather this weekend and a bit of breeze, which is good, getting the dust moving. And I think, like you said, the track might chop up a little bit with tree roots and stuff in those creek beds, etc. But overall, the farm tracks, when you're running alongside the crops, look fairly smooth and fast.
Yeah, they are. They're quick. Like there's tight stuff. There's a mix of everything. High speed. And, it's going to be good. So, and it's going to be fair racing too, because I think the dust is going to blow away pretty quick. So if you catch someone or you get caught, well, you get out of the road or you go around them. So, it's going to be fair racing.
And everyone should have a clean run. So the I don't even know what I was going to say then, actually. I had a question lined up for you there. But anyway, good luck. There's Graham Bowie in car 1065. They've been out here for a fair while doing it. Enjoy, mate.
Righto, thank you.
There you go.
Pretty fun. Fucking dust in your neck.
Already?
Oh, I got sore hip already. The car clipped the hay bale.
Just down here with Lachlan Campbell, mate. Well done. First time to Hillston. Second round of the ARB Australian Championship. You must be pretty happy with your prologue.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. It felt pretty quick. Made a couple mistakes. Went through one dipper a bit too quick and just checking we haven't hurt the front of the car. And I did muck up the stadium section a little bit. But all in all, pretty happy with it. Loving the track so far.
Obviously, the one good thing about that, you've got 5 laps to make amends here in the stadium section for the fans, but it's going to be a long weekend. Obviously, 440 kilometres out there in a Class 6 Can-Am. It's going to be a tough challenge for you.
Yeah, we looked at the track yesterday, and it's looking really tough for these little cars of ours. Plenty of rocks, plenty of washaways that we've got to be careful of. So it's definitely going to be a finisher's race, but we prep the cars to deal with this stuff, so we'll see how we go.
And obviously coming off a great 2023, your first full season winning the New South Wales Championship. You had a good class result there at ARB Big Desert at 480 at Rainbow earlier in the year. So, yeah, things are good for you and your family.
Yeah, well, I've only really just gotten into the dirt racing side of our business, and I've grown up doing circuit racing. So doing the State Series last year, all the tracks were really fun, really loved the environment, and then, yeah, just really enjoying the sport in general, so then decided to step up to Nationals this year and give it a crack.
Very good. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lachlan and Greg Campbell, 607.
kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, and I didn't have to right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, with the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, third, fourth, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump. For the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves, we shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise, you're crazy loud. It's all moving, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she called me Big Bomber. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Still. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, and I didn't have to right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, push the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, third, fourth, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go chill. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch plays. I'm always getting better, I'ma be your fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, you and four with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Hop from Boston, blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Hop from Boston, blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Yo, I pop champagne at the back of the club. Yo, I'm back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Baba. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Chill. Hey, chill. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way.
Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre network at Tyrepower Griffith. Now teamed with GCS 4x4 for the best deals on car and four-wheel drive tyres. We're open Monday to Saturday for safety checks, windscreens, batteries, suspension, wheels, puncture repairs, and all your ARB 4x4 and camping accessories. Tyrepower Griffith has you covered. Visit tyrepower.com.au or go to 2 Favell Street, Griffith. Tyre Power, 100% Australian owned and operated since 1977.
When you're out in the sticks, you want top gear for the job. GCS 4x4 delivers. Norweld trays that can handle the load. Rock solid trick point service bodies. Premium Norweld canopies that give you every option. Fridges, drawers, storage, ladders. All Aussie made and as good as it gets. GCS 4x4 can build the vehicle you need. All set up to take the rough stuff. For on the job or just for fun. GCS 4x4, your ARB stockists. For Favell Street, Griffith.
less and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. Had to put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. drums, so I'll keep going hard. I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears, back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Baba. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, third, fourth, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves, we shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she called me Big Papa. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves, we shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Yo, I pop champagne at the back of the club. Yo, I'm back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. I done get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Baba. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Chill. Chill. Let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, I didn't have it right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flame. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 4th with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be your fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, third, fourth, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. I done put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off the puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off the puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down.
Welcome back, people, to Section 1 of the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, Toby. We are back here for the start of the big section of 83 kilometres, mate.
This is it, Sandy. Lap 1. This is where we all get down and dirty here, as you said, for that opening section. And might only seem minute on the scale of the event, 5 laps, but this is very important. And the winner of this section here today will get that very advantageous pole position tomorrow morning. So, yeah, lots to play out for. And, geez, it is a jam-packed top 10, that is for sure. And even Hayden Bentley out of 11th. There's going to be some serious shuffling, I reckon, there up that top 10, 15 sort of cars.
And Chappie on the pole today. Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, car 15. They obviously screwed up the boost in the 2J and pulled in the goods. Brent Martin, Bo Robbo, Mick Marson, Jason Richards. That's your top 5, folks. So it should be a very exciting lead-off. We're off at 1 o'clock. We've brought the time forward. It was going to be 2 o'clock, but we had a very, very clean prologue, didn't we? We had one car, I think I saw towed in, which was Eden. And apart from that,
and I think
everything went smooth.
Chris Land had a few issues as well and was...
he drove over the finish line.
Yeah, so but, I'm not sure about his time. It didn't actually come up in our provisional results, but that's all right. So that was just the 2, and Glenn Collis didn't make the prologue start. So they were our 3 cars that did not complete a prologue time here this morning. But, yeah, all eyes as we approach 1 o'clock. I think it's only about 8 minutes now till Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, the Razorback, one of the older cars here in the field this weekend in terms of at the top of the pack, that's for sure.
I don't think it matters with him steering it, though, does it?
He's a talent, isn't he? And didn't he put on a show this morning? He looked clean, he looked fast, he always does.
Dead set thought he was going to break the window in the commentary box here.
Lucky for the glass up here, Sandy. But we'll keep an eye on the start time. And as you said, only 4 seconds between those top 3 competitors. 5 seconds between Chapman, Martin, Robinson, Michael Masson and Jason Richards hovering around there in that 4th, 5th position. I reckon that'd be a nice starting here today. So,
and I see they're starting off in 1 minute gaps.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone's going to cop any dust.
No, unless
far as, obviously they're going to catch people, but, with the breezes up quite nice.
Yeah, so just be that sort of manoeuvring.
Yeah, so and even catching people, obviously, as you know, you see them come in. When there is dust, it's harder to get up on behind somebody to get around them. So with a bit more wind, they should be able to, if you're reeling somebody in, you're probably not going to have as many interruptions getting around them as you are normally. In saying that, I went for the look lap around there yesterday. There is creek beds out there. There's a few washouts. So you've got to be careful where you do your passing manoeuvres.
Yeah. And obviously, Sandy, we can't hold events like this without the property owners, John and Sherry Mitchell, the Irvine family, obviously the Mitchell family here at McTockton, where the headquarters are for the Gap 440. And shout out to all those families that allow us to play in your backyard. But, yeah, this is a fascinating battle up top. We love our off-road racing, Sandy, but to see the calibre of these drivers in that top 10, top 20, I mean, we just sort of wait here. Obviously, we've got the luxury of Rally Safe now, which gives us that provisional sort of update of where they are on the track, which is a new thing into the sport the last 3 or 4 seasons. So we'll keep you updated as much as we can there, watching
live
on at home.
Timing will be on Chris Sport for anybody at home wanting to see live timing. There's
links on the AORRA website as well, AORRA Facebook page, Griffith Offroad page for the live stream. And
we've had a little bit of a drama with links out here today, and we also had a little bit of a electrical issue, which once again we're faced with all the time. You set something up and all of a sudden the crowd moves in front of a signal box or something, but a little bit of electrical issue with the timers on the vehicles playing havoc with the cameras earlier on, so hopefully that's sorted.
Yeah.
We've got a few cameras out on track today. I think we've got 3 cameras out and about.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So obviously those watching on here down at the track, you can look up at the Burson big screens, and obviously our sponsor for the weekend for the big screen, and we can check
out. That's our
out
pits. We're over the back near those silos on the top of your screen, but that's the pit area on your screen, folks. Cars you can see rolling around. They'll start over on the far right of your screen there. This side of the crop, obviously, not allowed to drive on the crop. It's one of the harder things to do when you're coming in hot into corners to stay off the crop.
So here we go, Sandy. We're under 5 minutes now to get our 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440 underway, and we are very excited up here in the commentary booth because we have some serious race cars and some pedallers behind the wheel here. And yeah, I mean, Brent Martin, what another great run for him. Bo Robinson, we've got so many class battles. We saw Jackson Evans lead the Class 6s out. Yeah, I mean, it's right down to our last car away, which will be the James Whale and Trent Norris 1020 car. Yep. So, yeah, we'll call them all away. And then, yeah, last year I think it was an hour 2, the quickest lap on Saturday, but that was with obviously very damp conditions. So I expect the hour mark to be definitely broken here this afternoon. But who will break it the quickest? We'll have to, hour or so time, we'll check it out.
You know, you don't want to call it because you offend the other fellas and ladies out there that are racing. So, but I'd like to see Mike Marson up. You know, he's done a lot over the years. MR Trans, he's got going on up there now with his transmissions and stuff. So, but his cars always comes out, sounds sweet, goes sweet. He knows what he's doing. He's raced all around the world.
Yep. Done a lot in the States as well. I know he missed the first round of the ARB Australian Championship down at Rainbow this year, but he's back with a bang here at Hillston for 2024. So we're not too far away for those on the fence and watching on at home. Share, like it, get involved. 3 minutes now, I believe, till Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire will lead us off in the Toyota-powered Razorback.
It's pretty impressive to see what he can do with a slightly older car. It's about 2010, wasn't it?
I think it might have been a bit before, like a 2006, 2007, yeah, Razorback. I think it was the first one. So
yeah. So it is an older car when you compare it to what can be out there. But, gee, for what the package is, you know, it's not the newest of engines out there either. But Chappie's doing a fantastic job keeping them going, that's for sure.
Obviously bouncing off his maiden, the memorable weekend he had at Gundawindi last August. And we've noted on that a couple of times so far this morning. But what a weekend it was for those guys there. Obviously Michael Marson finished second outright that weekend too. So we all know the form that Martin and Robinson have been in. And then we got the Griffith guys here. Richards, Graham, Simon Tucker, Matty Burrows, Jackson Evans and Jan Cry out of 10th position. All to play out for those keeping updated with the Gap 440. So the anticipation builds. I reckon about 2 minutes now, nearly under starters' orders.
Yeah, we've got... I wonder if Eden's gotten back. Chris Land seemed like he drove in, so hopefully he's back out there. I'm not too sure about Eden.
So sort of Eden Evans is
back out there. But
I believe Jason Hampel might be behind the wheel of the 147 Rimco, the Class 1 machine that missed the prologue this morning. So that's some good news there for Collis Motorsports. We'll keep you updated there. But all eyes on the start line. For those watching home and home, the breezes maintain pretty consistent here, Sandy, which is, I think, will create great racing. And obviously like to see closer the better in all terms. And, yeah, I think it's going to be really down to the wire here this afternoon.
Yeah, well, Brent Martin's leaving the line in second today. He's a bit of a new combination this year, hasn't he? He's come up from Class 1.
Into the Ultimate
class. Same car, same engine, just rebuilt the engine and stroked it and bored it. I'm not too sure how they achieved it, but they went to like a 4, maybe a 4.5.
4.5, I think, yeah.
4.5 litre. So, and he was, you know, once again, don't forget that he's the champion 2 years running.
Yeah, and he won this event last
year. With a 3.5 litre, you know, so.
So another there, here's Sandy, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire from Karoi on the Sunshine Coast of Queensland.
I reckon we'll be getting lights popping up
very
any
close.
Second
outright currently in the championship. They did finish second down there at Rainbow in March of this year behind, of course,
Bo
Robinson, who we'll see out of third position. But all eyes on Chapman and Maguire. Can they hold their lead here into a big Sunday? Of course, I think 8:30 tomorrow morning will be the first of 4 laps.
Lights are up, folks. There it goes.
So our first car, Sandy, Chapman.
Our first car away for our second race of the championship.
And here we go. This is where it all gets
440, mate.
Very exciting from here. 83 kilometres for those watching on at home. And here at the headquarters in front of these guys. This is like a bit of a taste test, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've got don't forget, these guys are starting off the line. They've got enough fuel to do 83 Ks, remembering some of those are probably only doing 600 or 700 metres per litre.
That's right, yeah.
So there'll be, some of these will be 150 litres on board, and tomorrow they'll probably be up around the 300 litres off the start line or thereabouts.
So, of course, out of second position, we've noted on it a couple of times, 916 of Brent Martin, Andre De Simone, our defending champions at Hillston and two-time Australian ARB champions. All eyes on the 916 Martin Motorsport. Beautifully turned out Jimco, Sandy, and they always look a treat when they turn up at any track.
Indeed.
So this is a big moment for Martin. I know he's obviously familiar to the front of the pack, but to start out a second here, Clayton Chapman, I'm sure you'll be looking to hunt him down here this afternoon. And another one that will be on the charge, Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt roll up to the grid in the Class 11 Mason.
They were our winners at our first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
And they didn't have it all their own way down there, Sandy. Obviously, I wasn't there at the event, but I know Andy Brown had the lead there at one stage.
Gave him a bit of a stick there for a while, didn't he?
Of course, Denny had the lead going into Sunday, but yeah, Robinson and Hart having a great year, but it's still a long way to go. And obviously, this is only round 2 of the championship, coming off the Fink Desert Race victory only a month ago up there in Alice Springs.
In the late Mr. Robinson's colours, his father's colours.
Odin Hardware, yep, looks a treat always. So the ABR crew get their 2024, the Gap 440 underway, and we saw the way it come in through here through the stadium section to conclude the prologue. That is, works a treat, that Mason two-wheel drive truck, Sandy, and it's a piece of art, isn't it?
And you do need to know how to operate it too. It's not just about the car. It's good to just enjoy that, isn't it?
It is, just take it all in, even from up
here. He's
here.
just overshot that corner, has he?
So as we follow Robinson on the big screen, great footage brought to the team here at Hillston. We go to Michael Marson and Chris Colborne, the North Queenslanders from Air 32, the Racer Engineering Ford-powered V8. So the 32 will be our 4th car away, and as you said, Michael Marson, one of your picks, a long way to go. He was 4th after day 1 here 2 years ago. He finished 7th outright here last year. He had a few issues, flat tyre on the final day, but great to see Marson and Colborne really where they belong at the top of the field at national level once again. And yeah, we wish those guys all the best. So next on the line is the first of the local crews, the Griffith Off-Road Club. Members Jason and Charlotte Richards. I believe Sam Richards also doing a bit of navigating in the Chenworth Class 1. Beautifully turned out, the 119 out of 5th position.
And the first of our Class 1s too, by the way.
Yes, and a great charge. We talked to him down there in the interview, and he's had a bit of a quiet couple of seasons, but he's looking to make amends here at Hillston, and wouldn't he love to add a victory here on home soil to his resume. And they're off the line, and he obviously last year, Sandy, we saw him snap that axle off the start line on Saturday afternoon, so correct. He's past that little stage of his event.
So this class, folks that are listening at home, there are 3.5 litre, the Class 1, 3.5 litre V6s, most of those. I think we've got one of nearly every class here, except for Class 3 from what I've seen.
Yeah. So next on the line is the Stephen Bowie Graham, Ella Graham combination, father and daughter, another one of our Griffith members here. So really in the hunt here, as you said, 5th outright here in 2023, the 1065.
Little K24 Honda, Mitzi. Sorry, Honda.
Honda, yeah, the
Honda powered,
Illumi Crafts.
Honda powered car.
You can nearly say definitely punching above their weight here out of position 6, but he's going to let it all hang out here this afternoon because he knows it's very important to lock in that good lap time here on Saturday. So all the best to the Graham family here as they head out for their opening lap of the event. So 1 second ago, the race leader, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, go to just past the 10-kilometre mark. So,
which you can follow on Rally Safe at home or on an app on your phones if you need be.
It's great to, it's great to be able to sort of see where they are on the track, obviously. A few glitches in the system sometime, but all, great for the sport. Next one on the line is South Australian Simon and Kyle Tucker. Father and son combination. First of our Southern crosses. Second of our Class 1s off the line out of 7th position. They've got a great team behind them. I know there's a few of the guys here from Streaky Bay this weekend, and we wish the Tucker Motorsports crew all the best. Out of 7th position. 2-time defending Mini Pave 250 champions down there at Port Germain. That's coming up, and they've had a great start to the year as well, finishing 6th at Rainbow in March. And their first time here at Hillston, Sandy. So, I reckon Simon Tucker could be a bit of a dark horse for the event this weekend.
Yeah. Just looking on the stream out there on Rally Safe, mate. Looks like Brent Martin's just pulled a little bit of a gap between Bo and Chappie.
Yeah.
So, it'll be interesting to see what happens there in the next 10 or so minutes.
So he's another one of your favourites.
Burrows.
No, I think it's, Matty Burrows on the line, the 3. Another one of our Class 1s.
Yeah, like I said before, he came, obviously his father's been around the game a long time and won championships and all that sort of stuff. But he just stepped into the seat and just did it well from the get-go, didn't he?
Out, yeah.
He wasn't one that finished in the bottom 5 for the first 3 events of his time, did he? Came out and showed us what it was all about straight up.
Well, obviously finished 3rd in the championship last year, and this championship suited that consistency sort of approach, which is what Brent Martin and Matty Burrows, and of course shout out to Dave Middlemas, who finished 2nd last year, watching on from home, and see them back on the track very soon. So now the first of our Class 6s roll up to the grid. Sandy, the 635 of Jackson Evans and Samuel Raper.
Top 10 to have a class, all these different classes in it. Back in the day, and I'm talking 10 years ago, they would all be ultimate class cars.
Yeah, trophy trucks.
Maybe a truck, maybe Class 4, but now
there's 4 or 5 in the top 10.
We've got 4 or 5 different classes. It's good to see. It's good to see that racing can still stay close together too.
Yeah, so obviously it's one of the newer model Polaris, the Pro R, so and didn't he look quick as he come past us here?
Yeah, he did around the finish line. So,
and as you said, Sandy, it's a 2-litre, the RZR, Pro R,
which I think he ran new at Pines last year.
Yeah, I think he won class there.
It was for the first run in that car at Pines last year, from memory.
Won class at Rainbow in March, so he's had looking for
good
three in a row.
Start.
Looks like we've got another one of our Queensland crews on the line in the Bat Spec 7-litre machine, the Class 11. Jan Cry and Hendrik Cry, father and son combination. So that was a great run for those guys. He 10th outright, and first time here to Hillston. He did say he ran the Griffith event about 10 or 12 years ago, but obviously a new location out here at McTockton. So all the best to the Cry family here. I know they've got a big family watching on from home. Keymax Racing, based at North Lakes in Brisbane. So keen to keep an eye on these guys over the course of the next hour. So Clayton Chapman 5 seconds ago on our Rally Safe was at the 16-kilometre mark. So
that's only 9 minutes in to do 16 Ks.
And
I think we'll be able to go live here with Bowie and Ella Graham. Thanks for cleaning the camera, Bowie.
That was on cue, wasn't it?
It was.
So, as we see, a bit on board. It's great stuff brought to you by the team here. And the next one on the line, it looks like it'll be our Class 11 Race Engineering Trophy Truck, Hayden and Hannah Bentley.
Travelling at around 100k an hour there with Bowie. 8.5k marker. I think we've got 3 cars live out there this weekend, I think.
Is How good's that, Sandy? That is literally as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you right here from Hillston in your lounge rooms and watching on at the track. The 1065 started out of 6th position. Stephen Ella Graham, keep an eye on that. So we saw the Bentley trophy truck, the racer, leave the line out of 11th. Craig Barnett, Megan Barnett rolling up to the grid out of 12th position. The 68, two-time defending ultimate champions for the ARB Championship. So keep an eye on Cougar Racing.
How clean Bowie is. Wouldn't even think he's in an off-road car, would you?
He's one of the
Remembering, folks, this is a little 2.4 powered car.
That's right.
It's not a 7-litre like some of these Class 11s are.
2.4. So there is, Sandy, the Cougar Racing Southern Cross off the line. And, God, this has been good to Cougar Racing.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before, and we'll probably say it 100 times again. They've been a clean, well-presented team. They're always good value, good fun to be around.
I just love the sport.
Yep.
End of story. They loved getting here, the road trip to the event. They have had the troubles over the years getting to events with trailers and whatnot. But, yeah, it's all about the end sort of goal, which is here to have fun, and they bring that in spades.
Oh, yeah, I thought people were overshooting that corner there, but it looks like there's a puddle in that corner. That's the start. I think we saw that corner in the prologue track earlier.
So back on board with, looks like Steve
Bowie.
Graham again, Bowie, yeah. So Dean McGinley, Dean DeMarco, another one of our local crews out of 13th position. The 1087 Tatum. So we wish those guys all the best, and they had a nice prologue run, and
There's Dean now.
Had a great start to his championship, Sandy, down there at Rainbow. Crossed in his 7th outright down there at the start of the year, so he's well in the championship hunt in outright position.
Yeah, it's anyone's championship right now. Like, it doesn't take much to turn 180, does it?
Obviously Gundawindi and Millicent to come in the ARB Australian Championship. Now to the next of our Class 6s, Aaron and Greg Nickel. The Can-Am Maverick, car 665, starting out of 14th position. Second of our Class 6s away behind Jackson Evans and Samuel Raper, who we saw go before. So the Class 6 battle will be well and truly on here. Lachlan Campbell, Justin Ryder, a few more to come very soon. But on the line it is Nickel and Nickel. Great family crew, another one based out of Brisbane. Great to see so many Queenslanders here this weekend. And
good to see a strong contention there.
So very interesting indeed. So that is our 14th car away out of 44 entries. So we've got to get him from nice and quickly here, Sandy.
Your lead car is at about the 22 kilometre mark.
Yeah, it's just at the 22 mark, yeah. So and it looks like all our cars are still moving nicely there, Sandy. Chapman, Martin, Robinson, Marson, Richards, Bowie, Tucker, Burrows, Evans, which is great to see. We want as many as we can to cross the line here to get them all off the grid tomorrow morning. Next one off the line.
It'd be good to see everybody start tomorrow. They do have tonight to fix their cars. Should they have an issue?
So the club president now, Carl Power, I believe Ben Burke, one of his good friends, is in the navigator's seat here of the 1043. Rabbit Racing. If you're a local, here is one of your cars to support here. A nice 15th position start for Carl and Ben there. So all the best to those guys in the 1043.
Remembering, for those at home that don't know, there's many different classes. You can come and get into this sport quite easily. Anything from Class 2, which is a 1650 buggy. Class 4, which are trophy truck style things. Class 5s, which are based on a production chassis. Class 7 and 8, where you're both your four-wheel drive classes. That's my field. Class 7's your production four-wheel drive, basically. And Class 8's pretty much an anything goes four-wheel drive class. And then over to things like your Class 1, Class 10, Class 10 2.5, Class 1's up to 6 litre powered buggies and over to Class 11.
We just saw the husband and wife combination of James and Lizzie Sant. First time down here to Hillston.
Car 1144.
Yeah, as you said.
Good looking car.
Yeah, 7 litre race engineering. Very similar to Marsons. I think it's a lot newer than that. But yeah, so great to see those. I think they're based out of Port Douglas up there in North
I think everyone's
Queensland.
getting to this corner and going, shit, water.
Sort of the first challenge to overcome. Around 500 metres into the circuit. So that's the 16th car away. Russell and Judy Hardnett now on the line. So a couple of husband and wife combinations there, Sandy. Great to see the 10-12 and the Razorback, Class 10 as you alluded to.
Back on board with Bowie and Ella Graham, 1065. I think Luffy's up next.
Yeah, the next of our Class 1s, David Luffman and Jake Stevenson from Jundar and just north of Toowoomba in Queensland. So we alluded to there is a lot of Queenslanders joining us down here, which is great to see. Obviously the Gundawindi 500 is only 4 weeks away, so they'll get home and prep their vehicles for a round 3 of the championship.
We'll be up there not too far away, hey, 4 weeks. It sounds like a long time, but when you've got broken gearboxes or you're waiting on a broken arm or something like that for parts to repair a car,
it feels like overnight, yeah.
The time disappears pretty quickly.
So the next one off the line, as you said, is the Luffman and Stevenson entry.
Mate, I'm just going to tell you, I don't see... that's all right.
So it looks like, the 15's still provisionally out in front on our rally safe devices, but it looks like Brent Martin.
We're looking at rally safe right in front of us, folks, and Brent Martin is right up the clacker of Chappie, isn't he?
Like multiplied him in, yeah, obviously.
I think, and not only that, when I look at the gap between Bo and Chappie, or Bo and Brent, Brent has moved up that, he's closed the gap.
Yeah. And obviously sometimes they do update at different intervals, so it is 100% hard to gauge the exact positions of the race cars. And the next one off the line is the next of our Class 10s, the 10-14 of Stewie Chapman. As you said, Sandy's taken the turbo off the Chenworth this weekend, and we wish him all the best. It's his brother.
I think he'll do fantastic in that car this weekend.
I think this will be perfect for him, yeah.
It'll just help keep the reliability in the car. Not that they don't build a bloody good setup, the Chappies.
Yeah, been around for a long time.
What happens is this car is a really strong Class 10 car. Put boost into it, everything all of a sudden becomes a little more fragile, and it doesn't take much of a knock or something to play games with axles or whatever, But he's away.
So of course, Stewie had that maiden Queensland AORRA round victory up at Dalby 2 years ago. So
just see him bounce into
that corner's caught a lot of them out, hasn't it? So the second of our Chapman off-road racing cars off the line. Now to 20th position is the 607 GRC Motorsport Can-Am Maverick of Lachlan and Greg Campbell. Obviously Greg's been around a long time. Lachlan only his second real year of racing, and he's doing great things here. Not only, of course, the current New South Wales outright champion from last year, and here he is at the ARB Australian Championship level, and third in class at Rainbow to open the season. And I think he's going to be another one of those young drivers, Sandy, we see for a long time.
Oh, totally. Won't be too long until my kids are out here, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's the great thing about our sport, obviously.
A lot of second and even third generations. I saw Sibbo out at the Pines last year, I think it was, and there was 4 generations in that family sitting there watching.
Obviously the Owen family, we know the generations of those guys. I think they're up to their 4th as well. So
the Browns, the Martins,
the
Robbos, the Chappies. So it's good to see.
So another awesome, as we said, insight into what these competitors are facing with out on the circuit. As you see, the 1065 in car of Bowie and Ella Graham.
This is a working farm. You can see the plough lines, I think it is, on the right there.
So that was the 627 of Justin Ryder and Stephen Tees off the line there, Sandy, in the 627.
Yep.
So they're based up there around Brisbane, I think around that Bow Desert area. So made their way down to here, and they had a good finish at Rainbow as well. So they're pretty new to the sport, but they're obviously enjoying it. And first time to Hillston this weekend, and they're just hoping to bring it back in one piece.
We're moving through them quite quickly. We've got a minute gap in between everybody. So 1 minute, that's a lot of free, clean air in front of you. So no one's got any excuses, have they, mate?
No, that's right. And obviously with the breeze as well, it's all...
There will be not a scrap a day. This is absolute perfect conditions in my mind.
Dale Standen and Craig Ball, good mates off the line. Hillston locals, obviously Dale, as I said earlier, has gone from the Class 2 up into Class 10 last year. Now he's found himself in the ultimate Chevy-powered Feral Gen. These buggies are called. I think there's only a couple. I think it might only be the only one in Australia, actually. Chris Martin at Sea Lake has had this. He was here winning it last year, and Dale Standen's made the purchase of car 23, so he had a good prologue result there. And I think this will be sort of one of the cars that we'll see maybe make a bit of a leap through the pack here this afternoon. So 13 seconds ago, Sandy, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire at the 32 kilometres mark, so around 37% of his first lap completed. So it looks like Martin still moving along nicely.
Does that look like to you? I don't know if it's just the update on mine, but the Marson is in front of Bo Robbo.
Yeah, I think Robinson hasn't been updated for a minute, it says on mine, so keep an eye on that. The next one off the line. Looks like we saw the Sam Bentley, Tom Burrows entry. So there's a fascinating thing, Sandy. We've got the Bentley family and the Burrows family in the one vehicle, which, as you said, another third generation competitors. Sam Bentley's, pretty new to the sport. I think he's in his third or fourth season. His sister Hannah also has been racing. Just completed the Fink Desert race. So great to see those guys out here, based out of Port Pirie in South Australia.
Look at that nice red dirt, mate.
Isn't it a sight to be seen here at Hillston, McTockton, and
back with Bowie.
So the single-seater of the 1004 of Brendan Hill in the home-built Hurricane. Off the line there, and I know Ian Hilly's father is down there as a navigator. It is a single-seater, so we'll have to... Not sure if Brendan's going to race the whole weekend, but great to see those guys out of Sydney in 24th position. Had a few issues at the opening round at Rainbow, but looking to get their first big finish here at Hillston. So back on board with Bowie Graham.
There is a lot of tight technical stuff through the trees there, isn't there? Well, it wasn't too technical on the pre-run, but when you're going 3 times the speed, it becomes really technical really quickly.
Rob Hackney in the navigator seat, and obviously modified Can-Am Maverick here, that's why he's in that class 11.
Yeah, normally it'd be in class 6.
Yep. A few little modifications there for
I think those guys, they just change arms and that'll put them out of that class.
Yeah,
so
that's right, yeah.
They can change arms or an exhaust or something, and then they get booted into the next class up.
And he's the class 11, current class 11 ARB Australian champion, so looking to bank more points here at Hillston. I'm sure they'll be at Gundawindi and Millicent to end the season. And here's our only class 8 now up to the grid, Sandy, Guy Schumacher and Simon Finlay.
Green GU. Just going to say that on board with Bowie there, you'll see some of the signs for those that don't know. Those arrows, they'll be about 50 or 100 metres before a corner. You'll see a triangle, an empty red triangle, or a solid red triangle, or a solid red circle. There'll be cautions, there'll be dangers and pre-dangers. So you give you a little bit of warning on what's coming up, what to look out for. off-road racing is kind of easy. You get told where to go. It's different to, rally where you've got pace notes and road notes and all that sort of stuff. But
yeah, obviously the track will be a lot easier, a lot more defined tomorrow. Obviously, once these competitors come through it.
On the pre-run, the track, there was a couple of spots on the track where it was just fresh grass that hadn't been driven on for 12 months.
Looks like he's slowing down there a bit through in patches there, Sandy. I'm not sure if there might be an issue here for the 1065. Hopefully not, but he definitely doesn't look like he's...
It's sort of half throttle or something, isn't it?
Yeah. I think there could be some issues here for the 1060. He definitely doesn't look like he's full speed to me, but hopefully all's okay for the Grahams. So he saw Guy Schumacher leave the line.
Got the dock up next, mate.
He's just off the line. John Smith, Grant Mannion, another one of our South Australian crews out of Gawler in the Smith and Sons truck. And there you go. See,
there you go. Bowie's pulled
looks
up
like
here.
Bowie's pulled off the track, so that is no good at all for the 1065. You could really see, couldn't you? Just really, obviously the intensity and the pace back right off, but not what we wanted to see.
Not too sure what was going on with Bowie. We know he's a super fast car out there. Super clean usually, so...
That's a big bummer there for the locals, of course, the family. Big involvement in
the
event.
You did call it, mate. It wasn't pulling like it should have out in through those trees, but... Sure, we'll get an update there in a minute. What's going on?
Looks like
I reckon he'd be the first of our cars that have actually pulled over, from what we can tell.
The next one off the line is, looks like the Hummer entry. Matty Hummer and Luke Shandell there, standing the 633, the Polaris.
Yeah.
So they were the class winners here last year. And at Millicent, second at Millicent, which won them the Class 6 ARB Australian Championship last year in their first
He's loved
crack.
coming across to off-road racing. He was in Winch Challenge, and his father, Chris Hummer, was in Winch Challenge when I first started back in the day. I think I had hair back then. And they are now on one of our major sponsors, Raceline.
So it looks like we've got a bit of footage from out the back around the 40k mark for those watching on at home and on the track. It looks like the Mason of Bo Robinson started out of here, third position. God,
look
doesn't
at the squat.
Sits perfectly, doesn't
it?
He's in rare form.
Dugan's 7-litre in there.
Yeah. Obviously his second real crack with the Mason. So there's the next of our trophy trucks off the line. It looks like it is the 435 of Darren Mott and Daniel Lloyd. Motty's been around for a long time, Sandy, and it's great to see him still loving what he does out here in the world of off-road racing, and he's a current Sea Lake president and have held a couple of great events down there this year, and yeah, it's great to see him out here at Hillston.
Racing in the back of the pits there. That's the very back corner of the pits.
So we're getting through our cars very quickly.
We're down to car 29. We're on to the Eli Can-Am next.
The Can-Am Maverick R. Monster off-road. I think it's our first year in the sport. So Bowen, Brock, Eli there. So we car 30th off the line, and wish those guys all the best. So 13 seconds ago, our leader on the track, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, provisionally we're at the 42 kilometre mark, so nearly halfway around. Sandy, the 15, looks like they're still moving nicely.
Yeah. And Brent.
And before, I don't know.
Back a little bit, doesn't
he
he?
definitely looked closer before, but
he did.
Obviously,
mine had only updated 15 seconds ago, but the gap there, Brent, looks like Brent might have had something drop him back a little bit. He's back down near Michael Marson by the looks of it.
Speculation, obviously.
38 kilometre mark.
He definitely looked like he was closer there at some point, that is for sure.
Marson, 38 kilometre mark.
So he saw the 669 off the line, and out of 31st position here this afternoon for lap 1 of the Gap 440 2024. The 1013 of Jason Keane the Jimco Desert car, another one of the 2.4 litre powered machines. And yeah, we wish Jason all the best. Obviously single-seater, there's not as many here this weekend, Sandy, but that's a different...
There's only 2 single-seaters here this weekend, isn't there? 2, maybe 3. There's definitely 2. Oh,
Brendan
3.
Hill, yeah, so we've got the 3 Class 10s, yeah. Adds a different aspect to the event as well for the competitors.
I don't know, I can understand racing on your own, but I've got to tell you, when you break down out there and you're on your own, that'd be boring as hell.
Yeah.
Especially if sometimes you've got 5 hours to wait before you get dragged in, depending on where you're racing.
And then the next one off the line in 32nd position, I don't think they actually locked in a prologue time, but Chris Land, Tanya Gaudry out of Bowen in North Queensland. Great to see them rolling up to the grid here in the Jimco. So this is where their race starts proper. So we wish Chris and Tanya all the best, and made the long trek down from Bowen. It's great to see them back here at Hillston. They've been great supporters of the Griffith Off-Road Club run events.
They would have seeded. You're allowed to seed on previous performances if you don't make it round the prologue. And that'll give you put you in where they think you will be similarly matched speeds.
So yeah, Bowie Graham stopped at the 36 kilometre mark.
He'll be devastated.
Devastating there for the guys. Don't know, there's something weird going on with the 916 of Brent Martin, Andre De Simone. Don't seem to be moving like they were before, but we'll keep you updated there for the Martin Motorsports Jimco and on the line. So there we go.
Back, folks.
Bowie's back on the circuit, so great news there. Obviously the issue has been resolved, and that is looks like race pace again for Bowie and Ellis, so still plenty of time to make amends. But yeah, I don't know, Brent Martin, Andre De Simone, they're moving very slowly between updates on our rally save, so we'll keep you updated there. Another one of our cars. We had the Mal Lynch, Zach Minch, Can-Am Class 6 off the line. Now Jason Hampel. Not sure exactly the navigator rolling up. I believe Jason's in the driver's seat of the 147 Rimco. Obviously didn't complete prologue this morning out of 34th position, so we wish Collis Motorsport all the best. Chapman, Robinson, Richards, Marson still working along nicely, Sandy, and I know you're all over Mick Marson. I was all over Jason Richards to start the weekend, so it'll be interesting to see where those guys come home. Robinson and, of course, Clayton Chapman still leaving the way. So the Rimco of... Looks like Jason Hampel having a bit of fun early. A bit loose there into that first corner. He's got stepped up to the driver's seat here this afternoon and going to show his boss, Glenn Collis, how it's done, so we wish him all the best.
Not too sure that should be, by the looks of it, Ian Evans, is that right?
I think it's the Class 2 Southern Cross of Adrian Coatsworth and Roy Dakin, 265 off the line, the first of our Class 2, so they had a good prologue, and that'll be a good battle between those guys and Brendan Forsman, who's off in a few cars' time. I always love the class battles, Sandy.
Yeah,
obviously, you've been in
fantastic.
Class 7, and that's what I just love it. Like obviously they're down in that 36th and 40th position, but they know themselves where they sit, and I'm sure Brendan will be on the hunt here very
100%.
shortly.
Now we've got Eden Evans obviously fixed whatever went wrong. We're not too sure what happened to her earlier. With Simon in the passenger seat. There goes our only 1650. A little...
We've still got two. We've got Brendan Forsman coming up.
Yes,
That's the
it
first
is,
of our Class 2s, yep. So the 637, Eden and Simon Evans, the daughter and father combination. Obviously Simon Evans has been around for a long time, King Chrome Racing, and former rally champion, and obviously side by side now with the Polarises. But great to see those guys supporting the ARB Australian Championship in 2024. They've got a big meaty team here as well, so capturing all the goodies out there today and tomorrow. So hopefully Eden can bring it back in an hour's half time.
I'll tell you what, Jackson wasn't mucking around earlier.
No, I'm really keen to see what sort
the result we get out of these. Heath Whedon rolling up to the start line. First of our Class 7s. I think he was...
I think he was around 30 or so seconds ahead of the
a
Gill.
little bit ahead of the GQ Class 7.
Pretty similar vehicles, these two, Sandy, both.
They are. I mean, Heath Whedon's is 4.8, so it's a little bit more capacity and known to punch a little bit more power with a tune and a computer and stuff than a 4.2 carby or whatever. But still both good cars in their own right.
It's obviously out of Mount Gambier, their local national race down there at Millicent.
Looks like Bowie's catching some dust, probably trying to gain back his position that he was in before he pulled over.
Yeah, staying down there
That'll
before.
be a big drama for him, won't it? Trying to get back to where he was.
Yeah. Obviously just a little issue, lost a couple of minutes, but yeah, our team here on the...
We'll get the scoop on that later, folks.
We will.
We'll go for a wander, have a chat.
7:01, Heath and Michelle off the line beautifully, and first of our Class 7s. They love their off-road racing, and I'm sure they're looking to defend their title from last year.
Poor bugger. They have had endless engine issues over the last couple of years, and I was just chatting to them at the fire before, and they tell me they've done another 2 in the last 10 days. Oh, mate.
Crazy.
But guess what? They're here. I'm not racing. They are.
They'll keep doing what they love. So the Whedons
out wide, probably so he doesn't have to wash off much speed around the corner there. Mate, you're in a full drive. Just drive through it. I know that's what you're all thinking. It's not that easy, really. Remembering that these cars, Class 7s and typically the older school Class 8s, based off normal cars, not some of these newer style things, but all running fairly simple suspension setups, just a spring and a single shock, or a spring maybe a twin shock if it's allowed. So
Matty Lavis and Andrew Dance off the line in their Class 6 Yamaha.
He wasn't further up.
Yeah, he looked really quick past us here, but as you said, the first run with the turbo, so it's obviously going to be
a little bit of getting used to. Might be laggy out of corners he's not used to. It might be too aggressive out of corners, which I found, in the early days, my Class 8s, we went back to from a mud terrain tyre to an all-terrain tyre, and that allowed the car to get a bit more slip, let it sit up on the sand and instead and get it back in its power range, but also I had to come into the corners a little bit more cautious.
And as you said, it doesn't take much up in setup or...
You change one thing, it affects 3 things.
So off the line now to 39th position, car 405, the Desert Dynamic Trophy Truck, Ford powered of Paul and Mark Paul Grant, now based at Mudgee. Obviously just up the road. So great to see the Oz Truck Racing crew back out on the track here.
I just see, got a sent through from Millie Vandy, watching back at home, that Eden did a belt in the prologue.
That'll do it, Sandy.
The message says, Eden did a belt in prologue for your information. Surprise.
Bit of banter.
But we know she's had a few little issues with the same thing.
We've got our race leaders provisionally, for those watching on, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in car 15, the Razorback at the 56 kilometre mark 12 seconds ago. So still moving nicely, our race leader as we stand. Shout out to Aaron and Liz Habe watching on from down there at Menham. You see those guys back on track too. It looks like I think we just had the 6:09. Should be on the line
further
now.
away from the start line this year, and it's a bit hard to focus from here.
I think it's a 6:09 of Jeremy Horn and Adam
that's what I think's coming up next.
They've just left the line, so the locals, we talked to them yesterday,
yes.
Jeremy Horn, and
so Ross Newman's up next.
Pretty cool 2-3 week exercise to, hey, I want to go racing, and here he is on the grid of his first race at a national level.
I know.
There we go, so here we go. Oh, this looks like our race leader, Sandy, the 15. So our first glimpse of Chapman and Maguire. This is great quality footage brought to you the team here on the circuit, the Razorback. So Chapman goes through that little tight area back to his right, and he's away again. So things are looking very nice there so far. We don't want to put the commentator's curse on. Back to the start line, the 6681 of Ross Newman and Chris Leonard in the Yamaha. Another one of our Queensland competitors, based up there in Warwick. I think he's as we said, we mentioned a few times, Sandy, he's literally, if there's a race on, we know
He's
Ross
entering.
Newman will be there, so, which is great for the sport. He just said to me a few weeks ago up at a race in Queensland at St George that he just wished he knew the sport existed a few years ago. So, but he's making amends now, Ross Newman.
Isn't he what?
I'm sure there's a lot watching on back home that are in his corner this weekend. It's our only Class 6 here at Hillston this weekend, but looks like we're back on with Bowie in the 1065.
Just looking, Clayton Chapman's on his way back in, and when I say on the way back in, he's still got a fair way to go. However, he's past the farthest most point on the course. Bowie does have a fair bit of...
Definitely, I reckon.
Don't forget, Bowie's right now, by the looks of it, he's following Matty Burrows. So that's going to be hard enough to get around on his own.
Definitely. Next one off the line, Sandy, the third final car to leave here, the 202 of Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand in the 1650cc Class 2 machine. So he's got a battle on the line with Adrian Coatsworth there in Class 2. Just a bit of news on Brent Martin, Andre De Simone, obviously 30 seconds ago, but he's only really moved 2 or 3 Ks in the last 10 minutes or so there for the 916. So hopefully it's maybe, as you know, Sandy, things can happen with the transponders and so forth. Maybe that is an issue there, but looks like we've got the OBR Mason on the screens here, Sandy. Robinson and Hutt.
And Shane Hutt had a cracker year so far. Not just in our championship, but in a couple of other races they've done quite well.
So the penultimate car off the line is the 760 Darren and Kayleen Gill out of Geelong in Victoria, and the second of our Class 7s off the line, Nissan Patrol. We're just talking about that, Sandy. So all the best to the 760 crew.
And that's one more car. James was saying he's not getting the top speed that he wants out of his car. He's struggling to pull top revs in top gear out of this car. Now, we're remembering James built this car himself. He's got an engineering shop in Dubbo, JMW Engineering. He's no slouch when it comes to knowing how to build a car, whether it be a rock crawler or a winch challenge car, or even more recently an off-road car. This thing's a front-engined truggy, K24 powered with a 4L60 behind it, with I think it's a Commodore rear diff in it, of all things. So it's a weird little combo. And I think he was just saying he didn't know whether the auto's just zapping a bit more power.
A bit of power out, yeah.
We all know an auto will zap a little bit of power. It might be 5 or 10 horsepower, but 5 or 10 horsepower on a little K24 is a lot.
Big difference
compared to out of a 7 litre or what have you.
So there we go. That is our 40. That's pretty cool. 44 entries, 44 away for the opening lap. And all your eyes now on Marson and Colborne, the quickest cane farmer from the north. Talbot Cox usually has something to say about it, but the 32 still going very strongly. Back on Bowie Graham. This is incredible footage, isn't it? Sandy to be able to sit here 30, 40 Ks away and see the
we wouldn't have thought about this 10 years ago, mate. 10 years ago it was the odd, you would maybe get a phone call from somebody that knew something, but the information we get up here in the commentary box now compared to that.
So here we go. So one of your tips has just gone through, and here's Richards. Jason Richards, the Chenworth. Looks like our clear leading local car now after Bowie's little stop on the circuit.
Just playing Space Invaders there, folks.
So we're really starting 3/4 of the way through the track now. Sandy, Chapman and Maguire at the 65 kilometre mark.
Out of 83.
Bo Robinson, Shane Hart just went past kilometre 60. And geez, yeah, I reckon Richards is pulling in a bit on Marson, obviously just on our rally safe devices, but the 32 and 119 still moving along nicely. Simon Tucker. Obviously Steve Graham still working. Matty Burrows is still tracking. Young Cries at the 48k mark. Barnett. Hayden Bentley.
Goods on board footage, I love it.
Dean McGinley's also having a nice little stint out there, Sandy. He's definitely still in there around that top 10.
You can just see there Bowie going through one of those creek beds. They're actually extremely harsh if you don't see one or don't pull up in time. I did on the pre-run yesterday and bent a step, or I don't know what happened to me, but same deal. I just missed one, and I'm going to say it was on that one right there. Misplaced the wheel. A couple of us, not like last year's pre-run, but yeah, still a challenge.
She was a wild pre-run out there last year. Obviously they did it on the Saturday. The first Friday was postponed, but very clean and polished driver, isn't he? Always. I love the in-car from Bowie Graham.
Yeah, it wouldn't look like that if it was in my car.
Wouldn't be as impressive, you reckon?
Probably a lot more trees involved.
So as you said, Sandy, we shouldn't be that far away. Our first car.
No, and we're on working farms here, so a lot of this land is getting worked daily. You see in the background some of the shots, the crops, etc.
Yeah, I reckon there's a clear drum maybe for the 916 of Brent Martin. He's still around that 45k mark, so
he's got issues somewhere.
Hopefully there might be a little glimpse in the system, but what we've got here on our hands, Sandy, it looks like, to me, it looks like Clayton Chapman's got a nice little buffer here late on the opening lap of the 2024 Gap 440, brought to you by ARB and Tyrepower Griffith.
In saying that, mate, that buffer, yes, that's a buffer on anyone up his but it goes on time. So
yeah,
you could come in, if Bo Robbo closes that gap into 1 minute,
because he was 2 minutes
and even
behind,
if Brent drops out, he's 2 minutes behind, and he was only 6 seconds in the top 5. Don't forget.
And obviously Marson and Richards and anyone really.
Yeah, still anybody's 15, right now, isn't it? Yeah. Just to get today out of the way, even.
Looks like it might be the Southern Cross. Is it on our screens of Tucker?
Oh, that's not the Ursig car, is it? The Honey Badger?
Looks more like a Southern Cross, the 110 of Tucker and Tucker there. It's great footage, isn't it? The diverse range of aspects. So here we go. This is interesting. So we've got the in-car of
Bowie,
Graham, and we've got Graham on the right. So that is awesome to see. So obviously a little issue there for Bowie Graham in that sort of first third of the lap, but he's definitely back on the move.
2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, day 1 of 2, lap 1 of the main event. 83 kilometre laps and 5 in total. Today we're doing 1. Tomorrow they've got 2 laps in the morning, a 45-minute surface break, compulsory, and then back for another 2 laps of the 83k's in the afternoon.
Of course, Sandy, our naming rights sponsors Tyrepower Griffith and ARB. Big screen brought to you by Burson's, Seraphin Ag, Profent, Conopara Hotel, Harvey's Service Centre for the cameras, and our gold sponsors MR Trans, Show and Go Photography, Riverina Logistics, Dean's Auto Electrical, Horn Ag, Farm Freight, Agro, Terra Ag Fuel, Cademo, Elders Griffith, Melbergen, Pastoral, Albans, McNabb's Mobile, Rivcott and Lake Machinery Services. We thank you, and also the 57 Automotive, Craig McKean, Earth Moving, Show and Go, Conopara Hotel and Dubai Jar Print World for their printing here. because
there's a lot of people that help put this on, isn't there?
Obviously, the local councils.
There's a caution. Ooh.
It's a hard hit, isn't it?
Probably not as hard as some cars, but it always looks harsh. He's
So here he
down
goes,
again.
the same
He's got an
sort of,
issue.
yeah.
He's got an issue somewhere. Electrical.
Seems to come and go, doesn't it? Obviously, it's the second time we've seen him.
He's getting out of the car, is he? I remember him saying he had an issue here last year, didn't he? Did he have a similar issue last year?
I'm sure he did have an issue. I don't know if it was the year before. I know he definitely got 2 flat tyres the year before, but
Yeah.
I'm sure something come up there last year, but I don't think he had an issue like
He's
this.
just spent all this time clawing his way back.
So our first car on the road, Sandy, car 15, is at the
Still
75k mark. So literally...
We're going to see him coming over the back in about
3 or
2
4
minutes,
yeah.
3 minutes.
3 minutes
Yeah.
or so. We should see our first sign of race dust. For those watching on Clayton, Chapman, Adam Maguire.
For everybody down in front of us here, it'll be behind the blue tractor in front of you. Yeah, that one.
Our race lead is 76 kilometre mark. Bo Robinson, Shane Hart still doing their thing nicely.
Marson. Yeah, I think you're dead right, mate. I think Brent Martin has dropped back a fair way, unfortunately for him.
Looks like it's a Jan and Hendrik Cry entry, the 1140 on the screen there, the BAT spec car, so they're still going along very nicely.
Tell you what, though, Jason Richards currently sitting fourth, mate.
I like Jason Richards. I've
That's
had
what
that
it looks
feeling
like on
all
road,
week.
people. And then we've got the 110 entry. There's a big gap between. There's a big gap between there. Oh, yeah, Bowie's in between there. So there's a big gap between Jason Richards and Simon Tucker is a massive gap. And I'm talking, what? That looks, I'm going to say...
About 10 Ks, yeah.
4 minutes? 5 minutes? And even Matty Burrows... What's going on with Matty Burrows? Is he still mobile?
Looks like he's still moving along there, yeah. I haven't seen the
speed is 0. So you can look at that. You can look at what we're looking at, folks, on Rally Safe. We've just got the app on our phones, refreshing, same sort of deal. Download the app, go to the Gap 440, and you can follow it all at home, the same as us. So,
well, it says here Burrows, mate, is still moving at the 61 kilometre mark, so
you might be ahead of me a little bit.
Still just getting through, but yeah, so all good signs there. But Tucker, obviously Bowie Graham, it's stopped at the 60 kilometre mark, but we're not too far away, I reckon, from seeing our thing. But I reckon, yeah, Marson, Richards, they might be about to make a bit of a bang here at Mactocton here on Saturday afternoon as we approach 2 o'clock local time. But I reckon we're very close to seeing...
We're only 1 or 2 minutes off seeing Chappie. I think for those that are here, the helicopter's out there over back. I would imagine that would be about to follow Chappie back in. So that's pretty exciting, and I'm sure they're excited.
It'll be a great start to their event.
Crew.
Looks like we see a chopper over there to the sort of north east of the circuit here, Sandy, which means to me our race lead is not far away. The Queenslanders, Chapman and Maguire.
And they have nearly, I mean, it's a bit hard to tell, like I said, out here getting service and refreshers and stuff on our information.
I reckon Marson and Richards are going to be right up there. They're making a bit of ground, and it's going to be very interesting here to see our first lap times. We'll bring those to you when we can, but looks like we got it's the Bentley Motorsports Racer on our screen, the Class 11, Hayden and Hannah, still moving nicely, so that's good news. That's too exciting up here, Sandy. Push the seats away. She's stand up time because we're not too far away.
Not only that, I'm actually getting... They've supplied us with this amazing commentary box this weekend. However, I'm getting cooked in here from the sun.
It is warm. It's like sitting in a sauna at some points, but...
I'm going to have to... It's better than whinging about the other way, mate. Standing out in the wind, so...
Compliments to the Griffith Offroad Club. They've put on another great event here this weekend. But yeah, the 2023 Gundy 500 champions. Second at the ARB Big Desert 480.
There he is.
And there he is, the first of our cars.
The boosted 2J. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire off a prologue win, and nobody has gotten near them, I would imagine, on this first lap.
But as you said, Sandy, we stand here and he looks like he might be the quickest, but I reckon we could see a few little surprises in the next 4 to 5, 6 minutes.
That's right. Well, I think what did we say, 6 seconds between the top 5?
Yep. So but anyway, all eyes, as you say, are on Chapman and Maguire as he makes his way down towards the spectator area here on the little stadium section, and they'll head back towards us here, ladies and gentlemen, for the first and final time here on Saturday. Car 15, all the way, as I said, from Karoi on the Sunshine Coast. It's Chapman and Maguire, and the car looks like it is doing great things here.
Look at that. That excites me.
How good's that?
How good
is it? And can't the boy steer? I love it. Clayton Chapman sort of coming into his own the last 6 to 12 months.
He loves it.
And he spins it for a finish. And the 15 is home and hose. We'll get a time for those guys very shortly.
Next car on road, Bo Robbo. I can hear him. I can see his dust amongst the trees in the distance. But I tell you what, there's a fair gap there. He may have. He's only got to come in under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes. If he comes in, say, 1:50, he'll be in front of Clayton on road time. So therefore, he will be in first. So, and for him, probably and luckily, and unfortunately for Brent that he's dropped out, that gives him a really clean run with no dust. So Robbo currently travelling around 90k an hour.
So obviously provisional Sandy, but on our rally safe devices, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire with a 56 minutes 23 seconds. So that is mightily quick. So that is definitely the time to beat. 56.23 for the 15.
I actually thought they were going to be faster.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be low 50s, even high 40-minute markers. So
it looks like we've got one of our buggies on the screens here. We didn't get a glimpse of the number. You can see it is a little bit dusty in areas out there. A lot of the competitors did say that would be a factor. And obviously, as you know, standing in the trees, that
it's a bit hard to tell who
easy
it
to
is,
get
isn't
through.
it? And we know all the cars between us. I can hear it.
I can hear
Bo Robbo. I've been hearing him for the last 5 minutes though, so
here he comes. OBR, the second car on the road, looking to set an opening lap time here. Great to see Bo and Shane Hutt here this weekend at Hillston, the first time they've been to this circuit.
And Shane Hutt in the navigator's seat is actually one of the top of the production team here, so I don't know how he's doing it from the passenger seat, but he is.
Busy weekend for
busy
Shane
weekend.
Hutt.
He's out there on the drone this morning and telling us what to do, and then runs off into the seat. So,
but like we've seen Greg Gartner do it before us here in the trophy truck, Sandy, it's all eyes on Robinson and Hutt as they look to finish their opening lap. And watch this truck perform beautifully. But as you said,
it's got a 6-speed sequential gearbox, 7-litre Dugan's motor from the States.
Shout out to the ABR guys watching on. I'm sure there's a few watching on from home. And Robinson and Hart. Truckies, but yeah, as you said before, it's all about the way he steers it. And see Drew and a few of the guys down there on the finish line there, and it's good to see the OBR crew in the house, and it'll be interesting to see their time as well.
We'll get a refresh on that. But the second of our competitors across the line for day one of the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440 out here at Hillston. Car 3 on road today. Coming in, looks like Michael Marson. A little bit of smoke amongst that dust, mate. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes.
Look at that. So hopefully he doesn't have too much of a drama. So if his crew's there, it'd be nice to grab a fire extinguisher for when he comes over the line, because this thing will be burning hot. If his crew is watching.
Yeah, if Michael Marson's crew's down there, it looks like there's a fair bit of smoke coming from the back. Bit of smoke coming out the back. Racer, so Michael Marson's crew, it's if you can get down the pits, because I think it's going to be a bit. But have a look at Jason. Is that Jason Richards or is that Brent Martin? It looks like
that's Richards, mate.
It is, isn't it? Jason Richards. I'll tell you what, Sandy.
Michael Marson's not sounding as goddamn sexy as it usually does.
There's a clear issue there for Marson and Colborne. Still having a red hot crack, but the 32, our third vehicle.
Mate, he's misfiring, so he might have more sinister issues going on behind
So I'll get a time on Marson very soon, but as we turn our attention, Marson and Colborne cross the line, but here is Richards.
That was a smoke smell, wasn't
and
it?
This is what I've said it all week. I've loved the Richards combination. I love how he sits here at Hillston. So it's going to be very interesting to get a time for the 119. We saw Bo Robinson go through 57. This is going to be quick. I reckon this is going to be really quick.
That's tight up behind Marson, isn't it?
So Jason Richards led the event after Saturday in 2022.
Bit of a messy finish for him there.
So a 58.11 for Marson in the third position, but where does Richards sit? I reckon there'll be a long gap now. So the top four, great to see the 1065 of Bowie and Ella Graham circulating again.
Yeah.
Which is great to see, but where does Richards?
Mate, that's exciting to watch, isn't it?
There you go. So Richards goes second quickest with a 57.35. So Chapman, Richards, Robinson and Marson in that order. But yeah, look at that, still a minute 11.
Behind.
That is super impressive. Clayton Chapman, take a bow. It's a dominating Saturday for Chapman's off-road racing, but 4 long laps to go tomorrow. So it's still anyone's to win here.
And I'm going to straight up say, I think Michael Marson, you're taking it away from him, because I reckon he's had engine issues. That was an oily smell as he came past us. Maybe possibly a ring or, something a bit more internal in the engine. So hopefully that's not too catastrophic. It'd be nice to see him back out there tomorrow. Like I said, we've got all night now. These guys can work until 6 o'clock in the morning if they have to. I've done it before myself.
Few occasions.
Yeah, gearboxes out, flex plates off, all sorts of stupid stuff. Putting harmonic balancers back on, welding exhausts up, the whole lot happens.
So Sandy, we still got, just looking down through the field, the 916 of Brent Martin's still moving, but he's still in at the 64k mark, so he's not full race pace. Obviously a clear issue there for the Jimco of Martin.
There's a lot of cars still out there.
So I reckon the next one through, as we stand here, will be the 110 of Simon and Cole Tucker. Matty Burrows is still moving nicely with Jay Mitchell in the navigator seat. Young Cry, Bowie Graham coming up behind him. Hayden and Hannah Bentley are still moving at the 70k mark. Looks like Craig and Megan Barnett still tracking nicely. Dean McGinley likewise. Cole Power still on the circuit moving. The Sant Racer, Brent Martin, and then Russell and Judy Hartnett as well. So
here's someone coming back in over the back here. I think Matty Burrows was one of the next in, plus was it car, I'm going to say car 10, the land entry? Oh, we're wrong. Sorry, 110 I think. Oh yeah, car 110.
The Tuckers, yeah, they should be the next one through.
Tuckers and then Matty Burrows. I would imagine the Chopper's following one of those. Let's see if we can get a speed on the Tuckers coming back in, hey? 156 k's an hour right now, 182 k's an hour. If my phone will keep updating.
So just a few.
190 k's an hour.
That's quick, isn't it?
That is quick.
Here's
They are, folks. It's
and here he is.
that means Tippin Chappie was doing well over 200 in there, which we missed.
Yeah. So just a few notes. Sandy's had reported that Jackson Evans was stopped with electrical issue at the 9.3k mark for 25 minutes, mobile again. Brent Martin stopped for a 4th time at the 40k mark, so clearly a drama there. Aaron Nichols stopped for a while at the 20k mark. Stephen Graham was stopped a few times like we saw, and also Bo Eli at the 20k mark as well. So our 5th car through, Sandy, obviously.
And a Class 1.
Very impressive. We saw Jason Richards come through, so this will be the 2nd of our Class 1s. Started out of 7th position, but I reckon they'll be definitely around that 5th position outright in the times at the end of this opening section. But Streaky Bay, Simon and Cole Tucker. This is a great opening stanza for these guys. Swings it into that final little corner in the 10, so the 110 of Tucker and Tucker.
Aaron Nichols stopped at the 19k mobile again.
So there you go. So the Tuckers with a 1 hour 7 seconds.
It's only 4 minutes off the pace.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of time to make up in 85k's, but
over 4 laps, anything is possible. So here looks like
Burrows.
the next,
car number 3, last year's
3rd position in the
bronze
championship.
Bronze
medalist.
Bronze medalist.
And talk about local knowledge, Sandy. The navigator is Jay Mitchell, obviously grown up right here at MacTocton. John and Sherry,
is that a home ground advantage, you reckon?
You nearly classify that as a home ground, yeah. So the navigator, Jay Mitchell. So maybe, I know these guys have been together now for some time. It's not just a new thing, and had a couple of great results here at Hillston the last 2 seasons. But this will be our 6th car across the line. Hopefully 500 or 600 metres left for these guys, but I'm sure Mark Burrows is watching on proudly. Sandy, of course, an 8-time Australian champion, and you never know, this could be the year of young Matt.
A little bit heavily sprung on the back end. You see that bounce through that gate? I'm not that I'm any pro suspension tuner, but I'm calling it.
You're going to put it out there?
Pull it out there, just have a look at that.
So our 6th car across the line. Be interesting to see where he sits with Tucker and Richards. So that's interesting. So that's 3 Class 1s home in the first 6 cars.
Wouldn't have seen that 10 years ago, would you?
So no, that's right. So there you go. So Burrows and Mitchell go with a 1 hour 45. So around, what's that, around 38 seconds off
Not
the pace of
much.
Tucker. So not much at all. Nicely there in 6th outright. So as we stand, Clayton Chapman, Jason Richards, Bo Robinson, Marson, Tucker and Matty Burrows, your first 6 across the line.
And on board with Bowie and Ella. As my rally safe just wigs out. Find them again on the screen. Where'd they go?
I reckon the 1140 Yarn
65.
and Hendrik Cry, will be the next one, hopefully through.
Oh, and then Ellie,
and then Bowie and Ella.
Who you're currently on board with. They're at about the 82 kilometre mark.
So yeah, the Cry bat spec class 11 was powered by 7 litre V8. First time to Hillston, and I'm sure
that's next over.
Yeah, the 1140. So the 2nd of our class 11s, and
there he is.
There he is.
Gee, they sneak out of the bushes over there, don't you?
It's been a nice day for these guys, isn't it, Sandy? I mean, first time here. They've been competing on and off the last sort of decade in the Queensland Championship, and yeah, here they are at Hillston, and
top 10
first day. Big promising signs ahead for. It's another one of our father and son combinations. And I believe that Hendrik, the son, is going to maybe do a lap or 2 tomorrow as well. So They're a different sort of looking car, aren't they, Sandy? Obviously, South Africanly designed and built. And I think he was talking to Hendrick last night about 100 or so of these made in the early to mid 2000s. So they bought this car brand new in 2006, and I think they moved to Australia just after that. They did a few seasons in the South African Championship, and then here they are in Hillston over 2 decades later, and a few corners to go, and that'll be our 7th car across the line here on Saturday.
Very skinny cabin, isn't it?
It is. It looks very
narrow.
I don't think there's enough room in there for me, Sandy. But
we wouldn't fit side by side.
But a nice
there you
finish.
go, across the finish line.
And that's one of the good stories of the day so far. I love that. Like you sort of see a car and you think, oh, where are they going to fit? But to see Yarn Cry right up there in 7th position, obviously provisional on time. We see our next one through, and here is this Bowie Graham? No,
I'd say this would be Bowie. Yeah, it looks like. Yep. Whoa.
And
he's trying to make up time.
It's crazy to think, Sandy, that we could see Bowie Graham in the top 10 after day one, and he's stopped for
3 times.
Well, we've seen
4.
Yeah.
With whatever issue it is.
So the good sign about this is he's hopefully will get it home. Obviously they'll check it over. These guys are professionals. What they do is a massive.
This is a really well presented car and team every time, isn't it?
And the great thing about Offroad, Sandy, if like the race leader Clayton will walk across the paddock and give him a hand, and as you know, that's what it's all about. There's no, obviously everyone, once they put the helmet on, they want to go as quickly and as successfully as they can, but
there's a lot of camaraderie goes in off-road racing.
So another huge drive there for Bowie and Ella Graham. The 1065 is home, and crazy to think they've had upwards of, who knows, 5, 6, 7 minutes on the side of the track.
I would imagine it'd be not far off. No? The first stop was quite long, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could.
That could have put him in first place. I see you refreshing your feed there.
Yeah, having a bit of a look. So we saw the Yarn Cry entry come through with a 1 hour, 1 minute 38 seconds, and then 8th position, Steve and Ella Graham with a 1 hour 6:47. So you
they're
take
10 minutes behind. That would be
10:23 behind.
So I think Barnett's your next one on track in that maroon or burgundy, whatever colour you want to call it.
We see Doc
I'll
Smith
wait for them to correct me.
Grant Mannion moving on nicely, and another one of our seasoned campaigners.
Yeah, RB30 Turbo, bit of older school technology as well, really, isn't it? They've been around since the 80s, those motors. Coupled to a Patrol RE4.
He just loves it. Obviously, he's
bit of a silent achiever, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just always thereabouts, isn't he? And here is the next of our vehicles.
That's Barnett.
No, I think it's the Bentley race. I think it's
Hayden
it is too.
Bentley. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm lying.
So Hayden and Hannah Bentley looking towards. Obviously, this was a late change. I think Hannah was meant to drive this racer trophy truck in Class 4, but moved up into a 7-litre V8. And Hayden, of course, we all know the calibre of driver he's been over the years. Sandy been around for nearly 4 decades now. And he hot on his heels. It looks like. Look at, is this Craig Barnett?
That's Barnett behind
him.
him.
Look at this. I know there's a lot of Cougar racing fans down on the fence. I'm sure they're enjoying a nice Great Northern. But the 68 is hot on Bentley's heels. And the good thing about this, Sandy, is Barnett did start. I was just checking there. Barnett did start behind Bentley, so.
And then not far behind Barnett.
Looks like the McGinley, the locals, McGinley
yes,
and DeMarco. So, bit of action heating up here. This is great to see as we conclude our. Sounding very strong there,
it's fairly
Sandy.
strong. That looked really crisp, actually, Bentley's car.
So we'll get a time for him. He's the 9th car home, but here is Barnett. The husband and wife combination of 68. This could be a big movement too. He could be putting his hat out, kind of like the pigeons here, the Cougar Racing Southern Cross. And I like what Dean McGinley's all about. He looks like he's had another great Saturday. And another man talking about Shane Hutt doing a lot behind the scenes. Sandy, this guy is one of the instrumental figures of the Griffith Club.
And the event.
His wife Ashley does all the secretary work, so Dean.
Which is hours upon hours.
Hours, yeah. So shout out to Ashley down there. Thanks for all your help. Getting this event off.
The power entry is also coming in.
So there you go, Sandy. Craig Barnett goes 8th quickest with a 1 hour 3:35. Bentley 9th quickest with a 1 hour 4:21. So they fit in 8th and 9th outright, so they'll be very happy with that. We'll get a time for McGinley. Is this Carl Power as well, is it?
Powers and Sant both coming in.
So maybe Carl
Power and Power. And then Sant and Sant in the 11:44.
So there you go.
That's obviously a torque converter car by the sounds of that.
Yeah, the 7 litre out of Port Douglas. So there you go, Sandy. Dean McGinley with the 8th quickest with a 1 hour 2:56. So puts Barnett and Bentley into 9th and 10th.
There you go.
So
that's surprising, hey. You know, we talk about it a lot, but you're just talking about a little 2.5 litre car pulling in front of a 7 litre seasoned racer.
Well, we talked about Dean McGinley, but I can tell you what, Carl Power, the club president, has gone 7th quickest with a 1 hour 1:32. So he's just in behind there of Matty Burrows and Jay Mitchell. So that's 12 cars across the line, and they're starting to come in thick and fast. We saw the Sant entry, come through. This looks like it is. This might be another one of our local crews.
It's Brent Martin coming in here.
It is Brent Martin. We just saw another one. So obviously clear.
See, it looks like he's on the gas here, but obviously he's been plagued with some sort of problem. I mean, it looks strong there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's still not the full Brent Martin as it was in prologue.
Maybe power steering or something, because he did back off and
when he went in that corner, yeah. So it felt good when he was under gas. And then, you know, the interesting thing about this, Sandy, 2 years ago, Brent Martin had 2 flat tyres on the first day and started at a 39th position, and Brent Martin, where did he finish? 3rd position.
Yes, I do remember.
That was quite a day for Brent Martin. So the 10-12 also coming through, the Harnett combination. So geez, they're coming in thick and fast, which is great to see. There you go. So James and Liz Sant, the North Queenslanders, go 7th quickest with a 1 hour 1:03. So a great drive there for the 11:44 crew. So there you go, Sandy. Brent Martin, unfortunately, with a 1 hour 15:52, puts him into 14th position. And the Harnetts. Oh, look at that, Sandy. The Class 10, Russell and Judy Harnett. 5th outright here 2 years ago. He goes 8th quickest with a 1 hour 1:14. So the Class 10 battle. Look at that. You got Harnett, Power, Dean McGinley, and, of course, Bowie Graham. But, geez, it's going to be a big Sunday. Whew, take a bit of a breath, Sandy. That was pretty full on there.
I know,
16 cars home.
We've still got, don't forget, we started with, I think,
44 we had.
44, maybe 43. Off the start line this afternoon. I can hear more rolling in the distance, but just looking at the last car, sorry, bud. The last car I see on track here is the Can-Am Eli and Eli 669.
Still
moving?
moving?
Not moving.
Not moving.
Well,
no.
that's what my says. But
so just going through the start list, obviously we saw Martin with a little issue, but the ones we seem to be missing, Jackson Evans definitely hasn't come back in. Aaron Nickel in the Class 6 Can-Am definitely hasn't come back in either. So we should be seeing like David Luffman, Stewie Chapman, Lachlan Campbell.
10, 14, 104 and 627 are the next 3 on track by the looks of it.
So 607 should be there about somewhere too.
Nope. 607 back here. Yeah, he's a fair way back. So he's either had issues or...
Yeah, so it looks like the 10-14 of Stewie Chapman shouldn't be too far away. Obviously, David Luffman's had a few dramas. He did start
Chappie's about to pop out of the trees over here, I think, by the looks of that. And the Chappies love their Mitsubishi motors.
They do, don't they? Yep.
Hey?
Been around the old Mitsubishis.
I think everything they own. I know Rob said the other day he sent the crank to the moon when he raced, I think it was last weekend or the weekend before Dalby. So he said he'll push that back in the shed for another couple of years until he comes out of retirement again.
So what a top 10 we have, Sandy. Chapman, Richards. Geez, that's going to be a fascinating battle tomorrow. Robinson, as you said, Marson. There is Stewie Chapman by the looks of it.
Yes.
What are your thoughts? Mick Marson, obviously it's hard to speculate from here, but obviously
it's
you know engines
melt
better than me.
terminal to me, if that makes sense. There was an oily smell, and it could be something as simple as a gasket, rocker cover gasket leaking down.
Yep.
But there was a lot of oil.
So that looks like the Honey Badger.
It is indeed.
The 104. So Stewie Chapman has made the pass on David Lufton and Jake Stevenson. And
he's had a fairly clean run in front of them too.
So the Class 10 battle here, Sandy, I think is one to seriously keep an eye on over the course of tomorrow. We've got Russell Harnett leading the way. Only 17 seconds between Harnett and Power, and then McGinley is a further sort of minute back to him. So what's Stewie Chapman going to set here on the opening lap?
And he's a big lad in there. He's not a small lad, Stewie.
No, he loves it. He's well suited to it. This looks all
big
in,
wide
doesn't it?
cabin
yeah.
here.
Wide cabin, wide frame, but yeah, he loves it. Stewie Chapman, shout out to those guys, and they'll be watching on from up there on the sunny coast. And another one of our Queenslanders here, Sandy, David Lufton.
Yep, 104. Gee, that's got a lot of stick in it.
Doesn't it?
A lot of pickup. 3.5 litre V6.
So there you go. Stewie Chapman goes 12th quickest. Very nice with 1 hour 3:01. So he jumps just in front of Barnett and Hayden Bentley. So he'd be very happy with that.
Was Hayden Bentley 104?
104. Barnett 103.35, and then obviously Graham and Martin, the two that we saw had issues out there. But
yeah, but great. Bowie still came in with a pretty good time considering. Like we watched him stop 3 or 4 times, didn't we?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Even if you stop for 10 seconds, it's cost you 30 seconds of race time, slowing down and then getting back up to the pace you were at previously.
So obviously, Sandy, with the issues to our Class 6 leaders, Jackson Evans and Aaron Nicol.
Guess who it is?
Is this
Rival Inc.
Is that the 627 of Justin Ryder and Steve Tees? Looks like it is. Yeah, it is the 627. So here's the first of our Class 6 cars coming in. They started this afternoon. Started out of 21st position, Sandy, so they're going to be sort of around that. I reckon they'll be definitely around that top 10 or 12 competitors. So a big sad day for Justin Ryder.
Isn't it funny how the placing can change within
so quick? Yeah,
one lap, and tomorrow it could all change back the other way. If tomorrow if someone gets the first couple of laps are nice and clean. Coming back into the stadium now, folks. We've got a few. We've got car 607, car 23 right up his clacker.
So yeah, young
the standard
Campbell.
entry right up. So he was basically going to push him over the finish line, I'd reckon.
Yeah, and as we said, Sandy, that was the first. It's a first competitive drive for the local Dale Stanton and Craig Ball. So another one of those cars. He might be around that. This young Lockie Campbell's pushing the Can-Am hard too, isn't he? The 607. But look at that, Justin Ryder, the Queenslander, the 627, 11th quickest, 102.45. So that is super impressive. So he knocks McGinley and Chapman down a peg. Looks like we've got another one of our cars over the back. So it's definitely
10-18.
Young Bentley, Sam Bentley, Tommy Burrows. So
it's good to see both the Bentley cars coming in.
Glad to see Dale Stanton have a nice run here. So we'll be looking forward to 4 laps tomorrow. But Lockie and Greg Campbell.
And these three are fairly close together. So once again, folks, it goes on. It goes on time on road. It doesn't, even though they come in within 2 seconds apart. It might mean they started a minute or 2 minutes away from each other and have done a couple of overtakes on the way. So we won't know until the end of. There's Bentley. Gee, that's got some crack on it,
doesn't it? Yeah, it's so exciting. So in the navigator's seat was Sam's Matty Burrows' younger brother Tom. So another Burrows family member out here at Hillston, and I mean. that's what it's all about. The future of the sport is basically in their hands, Sandy. And so Lockie Campbell, the 6:07, goes 17th quickest with a 1 hour 5:13. See David Luffman come through before his 16th quickest with a 1 hour 4:25.
We've got a little bit of a break on road here, but I think our next car coming in would be the 10:04 entry, the Hill car.
Oh, here's another mover here, Sandy. For those watching on, Sam Bentley and Tommy Burrows in the 10:18 racer. Class 10 have gone 11th quickest with a 1 hour 2:39.
Oh.
So
Look at the Class 10s up the top end.
But Sam Bentley has put over 2 minutes on his father Hayden in the trophy truck. So that is Sam in 11th and obviously Hayden down in 17th now. So day one bragging rights to young Sam.
So we're going to go backwards up through the field there. You got 669 that seems to me to be stationary. Can't see them moving. That's the Eli entry. 760, which is our GQ Patrol, the Gill entry. They're still motoring along. Heath Whedon's, he's just zipped up the screen here. James Wallan and the Horn entry, the 609 Can-Am. They're still moving. Where are we? 6681, still motoring around. That's our Warwick vet, Ross Newman. 405, which is the big Oz truck, black and yellow. They are still moving. 684, which is Matty Lavis, still motoring along at about the 50 kilometre mark. That was about a minute ago, so they probably progressed a little bit since then. 637 looks like it's coming down that's Eden Evans.
She's still moving, which is great.
Well, no, I'm just showing it in the middle of looks like it might be on an access road or something. It's not directly on the track anyway, from what I can tell from here. But Heath Whedon's still moving in the Aqua GU Patrol. Jason Horn, that was who I mentioned before. They did an update, so they're actually in front of Heath, from what I can tell. 265 is that little Coatsworth entry in the little 1650. He's still motoring along.
Yeah, we just had some footage, Sandy, of him on our screens, actually, so he's heading towards...
The Lynch and Lynch entry, 676, still moving. The Land entry, still moving. So, from what I can tell, we've only had one or two pull up. They've got a fair batch of cars coming in. 147 still moving. The 882 Patrol still moving. 435, that's the Mott entry. From memory, that's the Mott entry. They're still moving. 1013 still moving. 635, and then Matty Hummer in 633, all still moving. The Doc in 445 still moving, and he's on his way back in. And then coming in next, we should see the 1110, and then followed by the 1004 entry of the Hills in that Hurricane.
So Sandy, obviously the 21 cars, as you alluded to, has crossed here for the lap one in the books. And just a quick shout out here, Sandy, I'll see on the live stream, Dale Martin just said Brent loves coming from behind, big day tomorrow. And we talked about that before. 2 years ago he had two flat tyres on the same lap, and come in obviously on 3 wheels, but he was around that 39th, 40th position, and I mean he finished third behind Toby Price and his brother Dale, so definitely one to watch. Where he sits now, I reckon I don't think he'll be that far back. Like, he still did a 1:15.52. I reckon he'll still be around that between 25 and 30 maybe outright. But so
he did get word before that Craig has finally retired, he said.
Retired, yep, the legend.
Previous championship, the boy's father. The Martins have been in the game for a long time. He's finally ready to move on his car and sit back and enjoy it, I think.
I reckon in all terms of life, you can use the word legendary. You
Most
can overuse
definitely,
it, but
yeah.
I think Craig Martin, obviously I wasn't around to see him in his prime, but by all reports he was a wizard behind the wheel.
Most definitely.
One of he'll go down as one of the greats of, so hats off to Craig, and hopefully we'll definitely see him around the tracks for
More
years
than
to come.
likely, mate. He's pretty big on what happens in behind the scenes, I believe. So
yeah. So we just saw the Whedons come through there, which is great to see.
And that's the Oz truck on,
I reckon that's,
on
the
car
Grants.
405.
How good's this? Like, we're literally
Grant.
sitting here in the
watching
cool,
it out in there.
Best seat in the house. And we've got 4 long laps tomorrow for these competitors. So hopefully all these guys can bring it home. And then we'll, I think it's 8:30 tomorrow morning. So I reckon we'll be on air a good 10 or so minutes before that. So don't sleep in tomorrow morning. Get on the YouTube links. And here is the next of our competitors. I reckon it's at the 11:10 of Darren Franklin, I reckon. The next of our Class 11's coming through.
Yes, it is, mate.
Geez, talk about consistent performer. Like, Darren Franklin has been around the scene now for since sort of just before the COVID era, sort of 2018-19, but he just loves his racing. He's another Franklin Offroad Racing. I think they're based around Condrook, down around the Victorian New South Wales border.
I'll believe you, mate. I actually don't.
I think that's where they're based. And I mean, another one of the very consistent and regular competitors, you could say,
most
on
definitely,
the ARB Australian Championship. And they do the Victorian rounds as well, so they get their 5-6 races in every year, and that's what it's all about. I know they're very present on social media and so forth, and great to see, Darren. So this will be the 22nd car to finish the opening lap. And
next one's in a Class 10 car after him, which should be popping out through the trees any second.
Who's that one? Is that Jason?
That'll be the Hurricane.
Oh, yeah, that's great
Hill
news.
entry.
Brendan and Ian Hill, obviously single-seater.
Yep, there he goes. The Franklin entry just about to pop over the finish line, getting the checkered flag as we speak. So
looks like the Yamaha Matty Lavis on the 684.
Or is that the Doc?
Oh, I think it was
is that Ross Newman, maybe?
I think it was the 684 we just saw before. But
yeah, I think you're right.
There's a lot more blue on that one.
Yeah, it is, isn't
Ross
there?
is more white with a bit of a blue tinge on the guards.
I'm not sure who's coming in there.
We just talked about the 1004, wasn't it? But that's not at race speed, is it?
It's not at race speed whatsoever, in my mind.
So we'll get a time for the last car through, the Franklin and Hackney entry. There they go 21st quickest with a 1 hour 7:21.
We're about to see come into the arena over on our far left, out of the trees, along behind the crop there, will be Matty Hummer in the 633, followed by the Doc in the 445 car.
There is the Polaris of Hummer.
There it is, as I say it.
Another one of our Melbourne-based crews, Sandy, and as you said, he was a class winner here last year and at, so I think he's second at the Pines to give him the championship. And there's the trophy truck of Smith and Mannion.
Got a few more close together here.
It's more of a relief, I'd say, is on the Saturday to finish. To finish that lap. Like you put in so much preparation, so much work. I know money, time. It's all time's money in life. But in terms when you get here and you're like, it's disappointing not to finish that opening day. But
that's a hard lap in a single seater.
It's obviously a clear issue there, isn't it, for Brendan
really,
Hill? He's not. But the good news is he will get a lap on the board.
I don't know
as
if he
you know.
dropped any places. Where did he start off?
He started in 24, so
24th
he'll still come
overall,
around
so
about 23rd or so on road, but looks like Darren Mott's having a nice run. So the rivalry here between John Smith and Darren Mott is on.
Oh,
Two of the championship contenders for Class 4.
Matty Hummer across in front of us. Now, have we seen Sam Bentley in?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Sorry, yeah.
So Sam was
You're right.
11th quickest. Doesn't it look smick? Doesn't he always look slick? Yeah.
Just like I said it before, he's a bit of a silent achiever as the Doc. It's not many times he doesn't finish. It's a super reliable car, usually,
Usually, but
mighty on screen.
We saw Dale Standing come through the local 15th quickest in that 23.
That's a pretty sensational effort too, isn't it?
Yeah, so his first run in the ultimate class, and there you go, Matty Hummer, 20th quickest, Sandy, with a 1 hour 6:34, and Doc Smith goes 23rd quickest with a 1 hour 7:46. So that's 25 cars in. Darren Mott now. Looks like we've got another one coming in. Not very.
Little Mickle Fab truck.
Still sounding pretty strong, Mott and Floyd. I think we've got one over here. Is that the Class 8 Patrol over there? Is that the 8?
I reckon it would be close to 635. I should get up out of my chair, shouldn't instead of being so lazy.
Well, there he is over there. Is he Sandy? He's at the 635. Is that Jackson?
That looks like a King Chrome car to me.
Yeah, so obviously he started this afternoon out of 9th position, Sandy.
Obviously had dramas.
He did stop.
And getting rounded up.
Is that Jason Keane, the single-seater?
Well, I'm seeing 882 on the screen here. Oh, the 882 stopped there.
Yeah, look where he is just there.
Literally 500 metres from the finish line.
Heartbreak for Guy Schumacher. So hopefully whatever it is, they can...
So Jackson Evans coming in, Jason Keane coming in. The 882 just looks like he's reversed up and gotten going again. So I don't know what sort of issue he's having.
But somehow he's got to find a way to the finish, Sandy. That's the important factor about today. So Evans and Samuel Raper, obviously an issue, but the speed's been there all year for Jackson Evans.
Guaranteed an issue because it doesn't look like there's anything holding him up right now, does it?
It's bad luck for those guys, Sandy, but I'm actually, it's great. It's going to be interesting to see how far back he can get tomorrow as well. Obviously, dropped a lot of places here today, but there's another nice drive too. The Brisbane-based Jason Keane, he'll be happy with this. The 10-13. Class 10 strong this weekend.
The those side-by-sides, if anyone listening doesn't know, they do tend to melt belts, don't they?
Yes.
So they can get those belts too hot if they're at... I think it's normally if they're too high revs for too long, they'll get too hot in the belt and throw a belt.
So we saw Darren Mott come through, 21st quickest with 1 hour 6:36. We also saw Brendan Hill with a 1 hour 10:10. And there you go, see Jackson Evans 1 hour 27:49. So a clear issue there.
Yep.
So
the patrol, I don't know if these boys are loving it, mate.
They just want to get it home. They've got a couple hundred metres to go.
Sensing, we're sensing that from up here,
aren't we? You can feel the energy from the cab.
The energy is not as nice as what normally it would be.
Bit of head movement, bit of momentum maybe.
So
but
we're not sure. They might have had an issue there, but...
Been around for a long time, that vehicle, hasn't it?
The car has, and it's good to see them out here for the weekend, so it'd be nice to see them over the line, especially tomorrow night. But they're over. They've got a checkered flag today, folks, 882 over the line.
And that'll mean a lot, won't it? I mean,
Toby and I will sneak a quick pit walk down there later and get some gossip off everyone, so we can let you know tomorrow, the ins and outs tomorrow morning.
Hopefully tomorrow we can get get down there and get a few tracks. So.
There's our chopper on board on your screen, folks.
Head over.
Which you can go for a joy flight. They're just over behind anybody that's here. They're literally just over behind the two big silos you see. I'm going to say on the northish side of the pits. You'll see two big silos. They're just behind those, so you can walk up behind the pits and get a ride.
Been fortunate enough to enjoy that experience a couple of times. Going to Windy and I think it was Sea Lake a long time ago now, but that is
fantastic to do.
That's incredible.
Jump up and just even if you're not. If you can follow a car out or follow a car in, it's fantastic. They can usually cut across. If you pick a car and pick your start times, you can get a good ride.
So there you go, Sandy. Even with that bit of a late lap mishap for Guy Schumacher, he still sets a good time of 1 hour 12:01, so 27th quickest. So, I mean, even with those couple of minutes he had up the other end, it would have been a lot more solid time. But great stuff for the 882 group.
There it goes.
Just a quick shout out to some of our silver sponsors as we can nearly get towards concluding stages of day one. Ag and Vet, GRC Motorsports, Hamples Plumbing and Gas, Hillston Ex-Services Club, Hutchin and Pierce, JJ Farm Equipment, Kiagro, PMD Race Products, and our bronze sponsors B&D Engineering, Griffith City Volkswagen Racer Imports, and Owen Toyota Griffith.
And not only that, mate, the championship sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, been on board since its inception. Mickey Thompson Tyres and recently Raceline Wheels. A couple of those guys have sponsored me personally for a long time. Obviously not in the last 12 months because I haven't done too much, but definitely been behind us as an entry as well. I've run Mickey T's now for, I'm going to say, 16 or 17 years. And yes, I've had a flat tyre. However, that was me punching it into either a log or something I shouldn't have been doing. It was my mistake, not theirs. And these are tyres. These guys out here today are running on the tyres that you guys drive to work and back on, or go to the bush or go camping with. So that's a testament to the strength of the tyre out there. These guys aren't running on anything special in the way of race tyres.
Looks like the Patrol Sandy, Darren and Kayleen Gill.
Up from down Geelong way.
760, so it looks like both our Class 7s are still
motoring around.
Coming towards us here at the start-finish complex, which is always great.
Yeah, there's a few lapping around behind the chopper over there now, so in the next 3 or 4 minutes we'll probably see maybe 2 or 3 more cars come in. I think they had a total race time of about 2 hours today. Was it on track?
2 hours, yeah.
2 hours. They've got that long
from their start time. Yep.
Start time this afternoon, so anything beyond that they'll be classed as a non-finisher for that section. And they'll probably have to get their asses into gear tomorrow to get get through in time.
Oh, just as we say that, it looks like
he's down through a creek bed there.
Taking a bit easy there, Sandy, which is probably a good idea. So yeah, we're still
2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, day 1, race 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship out here in Hillston, Victoria, Hillston, New South Wales. So
Sandy, the next one's through the Lynch combination. Mal and Zach Lynch in the 676 Can-Am, shouldn't be too far away. Jason Hampel in the 147. He's not putting in a nice lap there. Chris Land and Tanya Gaudry in car 80. Looks like the first of our Class 2s are still moving, the Southern Cross.
That's good to
Adrian
see.
Coatsworth. The locals, Jeremy Horn.
I didn't
the
actually
73k mark.
I didn't see 202 there anywhere.
No.
Oh, their 202 are way back down. Yeah, Ross Newman's not moving. Well.
Who wants to come to the pits? Just one?
Yeah. We'll get up. I'll leave you with it, Toby.
Thanks, mate.
The boss is out of the passenger seat of the ABR truck and calling us down to the pits. So we'll go for a quick wander down there. I'll leave you with it for a minute.
So we just see also the 609 Jeremy Horn moving nicely for the Austruck Racing fans. Paul and Mark Paul Grant, the father and son combination, just hit the 71k mark, so still moving nicely. Matty Lavis and Andrew Dance at the 70k mark, so they're tracking for a finish. Looks like, the 760 of Darren and Kayleen Gill still tracking nicely. The 202 of Brendan Forsman also still on track, so we still have a number of cars to cross the finish line here for the opening lap. It looks like car 80 is on our screens. Chris Land, Tanya Gaudry. Looks like Jason Hampel coming in on the rim car. I reckon it's the 676 of Mal Lynch also. So the next car across the line for those watching, it is the 80 Team Land Racing from Bowen in North Queensland. And they'll be the 30th car to record a lap here on Saturday, and Mal and Zach Lynch and Jason Hampel hot on his heels, so great to see the 147. We'll get down to the pit area and get a couple interviews. It looks like Jason Hampel in the driver's seat of car 147 having a bit of a moment there in the dust of the 676, who we Lynch Racing will get a finish, but so the 147 across the line, so we'll try and bring some times for those three competitors. So Chris Land, 29th quickest with a 1:12.24. Mal and Zach Lynch in the 676 with a 1 hour 11:52. And we just saw the Rimco of, I think Jason Hample has been in the driver's seat today, and we'll try and get a time for, and there he goes, 27th quickest in the 147 with a 1 hour 11:07. So of course 8:30 tomorrow morning we'll go green for the first of 4 consecutive laps with a 45-minute compulsory service break in between that. But as it stands, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire lead the way, a minute 11 back to Jason and Charlotte Richards, Sam Richards sharing the navigating duties, Bo Robinson, Michael Marson, Simon Tucker, Matty Burrows, James Sant, Russell Harnett, Carl Power and Jan Cry is your top 10. So Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, what an outstanding performance for those guys. Of course, we said the 2023 Gundy 500 champions, and here they are in a very nice position with a minute and buffer back to Jason Richards, but all to play out for tomorrow for a long lap. So it'll be around 4 hours of racing tomorrow for all competitors. Longer for some, but it's great to see a lot of these cars home, and as I said, we shouldn't be too far away from hearing from a couple of those drivers down in the pit area. And of course, the championship bandwagon for the ARB Australian Championship heads to Gundawindi up there in the iconic Melonhole territory. Jamie Knight and his crew will present that to, we'll expect a big field. I think short entries are opening pretty soon for that event, and then obviously down to Millicent in the second last week of September for the Pines Enduro. Of course, the been around for a long time now, so the Millicent Sand Buggy Club will be hosting that. So as we stand, we've had our 32 cars home out of 44 starters, which is pretty impressive, but there's still a lot of our competitors coming in. We shouldn't be too far, I reckon, from seeing the 609 Jeremy Horn, Adrian Coatsworth, Heath and Michelle Whedon. Paul Grant's not far away, so I reckon the next 4 to 5 minutes we should see 4 or 5 cars home, which is great. Looks like we've got some more on board there of, looks like it could be the 665 Class 6 of Aaron and Greg Nickel, who we've seen have some issues. Obviously today, I think it is the 665, so great to see those guys still on the circuit. Unfortunately, it looks like the 637, 6681 may be having some issues out there on the track. But here is the next of our vehicles coming towards us here as the completion of the opening lap of the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440. I reckon it's the 609, ladies and gentlemen. So one of our Hillston local crews, Jeremy Horn, in the driver's seat here. So great to see on their race debut. As I said, it's only a couple of weeks ago. They loved what they saw at the Fink, and here they are at the Gap 440 and doing nicely. Obviously, a few of the Class 6s have A few issues so far today. So it's definitely the 609. Jeremy Horn, Adam Ryken in the Can-Am Maverick. They started out a 40th position for Section 1. And we'll try and get a time for the local crews as they cross the line. They'll be the 33rd car to complete lap 1. On our screens now is a 701, our defending Australian Class 7 ARB Championship winners, and Heath and Michelle Whedon. So they'll be very happy with this first stand through their event here out of Mount Gambier. There you go, the local crew of Jeremy Horn and Adam Ryken. The 609 go 27th quickest overall with a 1 hour 10:58. So congratulations to those guys. I'm sure they'll be looking to improve on that tomorrow, but they've got 4 laps to do so. The next one hopefully across the line will be the 701 of Heath and Michelle Whedon. So we see Heath and Michelle Whedon. Not too far away from hearing from our Section 1 winners, Clayton Chapman. So it'd be great to get an insight down there with Sandy and Clayton. Looks like Paul and Mark Paul Grant, the 405 coming back towards us now. So they'll be the next one across the line. Not sure if they're on a full speed there for the Austrac Racing guys. Maybe a little bit of an issue there, but heading towards, so Heath and Michelle Whedon 701 go 32nd quickest with a 1 hour 15:18. So congratulations to those guys. Hopefully we can see our second class 7 across the line soon. Darren and Kayleen Gill, but Mark and Mark Paul Grant should be the next one to get a checkered flag.
We're down here, mate, with Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire's in the background behind us here, lurking in the distance, the navigator. But Chappie, man of the hour again.
Yeah, we had a...
Tell you what, that was a cracker.
Yeah.
Over 1 minute and 11 seconds faster.
Yeah, no, it was a cracker run, mate. We went out there. Adam was on the pace notes absolutely perfectly, which is a massive help because there was a lot of blind track out there. We're trying to cut the grass.
He does that though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. He keeps me on track, mate. That's what we do, and it worked really well for us today. And cutting the track out there and getting rid of some of that grass was a bit scary in points, but still just kept out of the trees and kept momentum up and had a great run. No moments, no issues.
Unfortunately for Brent, he dropped back a little bit, and Bo didn't manage to catch her. I know Bo's navigator's actually on the other side of that camera right there. That fella,
he goes all right.
Shane Hutt. So, but it looks like Richo came in. He was about 1 minute 11, and then I think Bo was 1 minute 17. So they're pretty close together. That's still anyone's game.
No, that's
but
it.
as long as you can hold it out tomorrow, the car, there's no problems with the car. It looks strong as hell coming over the finish line.
Yeah, no, just no dramas, mate. It's always race not over till it's always over. It's only 1 lap out of 5, so it's a big day tomorrow. I tell you, there's a lot of corners out there. It's going to be as long as we can keep the mental game up too and keep it on the track and keep it out of the trees, it'll be a big thing. So one couple offs and we can lose that minute easily. So
now, as far as there was a bit of standing water out there in spots. How has that disappeared?
I think we may have pushed a fair bit off because it was still there when we come through. So.
That's all right. I was just seeing if it had made any difference overnight. No,
it was still there. They did divert us around a couple of bits of track that started chopping up really bad in prologue. So which was a good call by the organisers. Kept the track more flowy and a lot safer. So really appreciative of that.
All right. We're going to go off and have a wander and chat to some others. But well done. Awesome. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Well done to Adam. All right.
Great insight there, Sandy, with our race leader, Clayton Chapman. I'll tell you what I love about Clayton Chapman. He's always smiling, regardless of the result, but he's got lots to smile about so far this weekend because he has held a minute lead heading into a 4 big laps. He did allude to that there is a long way to go in this one, and it's just the start of a big weekend for those guys, but they're in a prime position. We did see the 684 Matty Lavis and Andrew Dance cross in 35th position with 1 hour 16:10, and also the 405 of Paul and Mark Paul Grant with 1 hour 14:38. So that's 36 cars across the line. So I think we've got about 3 or 4 still to come in, and hopefully we'll get some more interviews down there with Sandy very shortly.
Righto, we're down here with Bowie, everybody, car 1065, who we saw a lot of onboard for from earlier on. We saw you stop I'm going to say 3 or 4 times. I don't know if we saw all of it, but what was going on out there, mate?
Oh, we had a little bit of a mishap at prologue and sort of hit a small tree, and we ended up with a bit of wood in the car. So, the first bit was, the first piece of wood we got out of the car. We should have had a better look because there was more, and we had another piece stuck on the accelerator pedal. So I didn't really know what was going on, so we ended up pulling up, and I was just about to get out, and Ella was like, maybe have a look on the floor, and you could see it stuck under the pedal. So that was a quick fix, that one. Yeah.
Well, there you go. I didn't. That's everything. There's just new things happening all the time in off-road that pull you up or hinder your performance. Mate, I can guarantee you when we saw you coming over the finish line, there was nothing stuck under the accelerator pedal. Car felt good, and obviously, and it looked super fast and super smooth. Nothing else wrong with the car?
No, well, we actually had another piece of wood under there too, which didn't get stuck, but I could keep kicking it back. But yeah, and we also had a flat tyre too, so
had to change.
Yeah, had to change flat tyre too. So yeah,
I think
it was all happening.
I still think your overall time. I think you're around 10 or 11 minutes off the pace on Chappie, but
yep.
We sort of counted that what we knew would have been a minimum of around 5 minutes stoppage.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. That's racing, eh?
I know.
Yeah. So no, we'll be all right. We'll have a crack tomorrow and see where we end up.
All right, good luck. Have fun.
Thanks.
There you go, Bowie, car 1065.
Yeah, so what a story there, Sandy. The Bowie and Ella Graham, the father and daughter combination with multiple issues on that lap, but still smiling, and they're still sitting around that 23rd position outright in the standings with 1 hour 6. So you take that 5-6 minutes off there, and they're definitely in the hunt. But I reckon definitely top 10, top 8, top 6 maybe chance tomorrow, 4 long laps. But yeah, great little insight there of why we saw the 1065 Illumicraft on the track a couple of times, and hopefully for a better and cleaner run for those guys tomorrow. So we still have a couple of our competitors. Yeah, we're starting to really wrap it up now. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing our 265 of... Sorry, no, Adrian Coatsworth looks like he's stopped at the 80 kilometre mark. So unfortunately there on Rally Safe a second ago had stopped. The 760 is about to make the move. Darren and Kayleen Gill just gone past there at the 80.5k mark. The 665 of Aaron and Greg Nichols still moving towards the finish after early issues. Same with James Whalen and Trent Norris in the 1020, and the 202 looks like could be one of the last cars on the circuit. That's Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand. So it looks like Bowen Brock Eli definitely stopped at the 20 kilometre mark. An early retirement for those guys. Likewise, Eden and Simon Evans at the 44 kilometre mark. And unfortunately for Ross Newman fans, he's around the 52 kilometre mark and not running. So they look like the 3 cars that have definitely stopped on this opening lap. So we still have, I reckon, 4 or 5 cars we should call home for a finish. It's what's been a busy but memorable day here at the 2024 ARB Tyrepower Griffith for Gap 440, and yeah, all honours to Clayton Chapman and Anna Maguire in the 15, the Sunshine Coast-based crew lead the way tomorrow morning, and they'll be the first car away. So that's a shame for the 265 of Adrian Coatsworth. And his navigator Roy Dakin, who left out a 35th position in the Southern Cross Mark II, unfortunately still stopped at about the 81 kilometre mark. So bit of a shame there for the guys. A few newcomer crew from the spot. I believe they're Griffith based as well. So hopefully it's nothing terminal. They can return to the circuit. So it looks like Clayton Chapman is our ultimate leader after day one. Jason Richards with a sort of a 2-minute lead over Simon Tucker for Class 1 honours. Bo Robinson is our clear Class 11 leader. We've got Russell Harnett and Judy Harnett in the 10-12 leading the way in Class 10. 17 seconds back to Carl Power. Justin Ryder's in the lead for Class 6. Over Lockie Campbell. Matty Hummer. Darren Mott has a nice little advantage over John Smith in Class 4. And then it looks like Guy Schumacher and of course Heath Whedon lead their respective classes. So this is the next of our vehicles, the second of our GU patrols coming through, and it is the 760 of Darren and Kayleen Gill. So still looking very nicely presented, which it always is, these nicely turned out patrols. The Whedon entry come through a few minutes ago in a 7:01 with a 1 hour 15:18. I'm not sure if the Gills are going to knock that time, but it's great to see them still circulating. So the 760 will be our 37th car. It's quite impressive. 44 starters. This will be the 37th across the line for lap 1. Which is good news because it means they're going to all present themselves to the start line tomorrow morning. Be great to get an insight into what happened to Brent Martin. Obviously he's down there in 34th position, and I'll tell you what, this is, talk about deja vu. 39th position 2 years ago after day one, finished third, so don't count out Brent Martin. So the 760 Darren and Kayleen Gill was the penultimate final car to leave the line at in 43rd position. And they go 36 quickest, just in there behind Matty Lavis in the Yamaha with a 1 hour 20:09, pushing Jackson Evans and Samuel Raper down in the 37th position. So it's only about 5 minutes between the two Class 7 competitors here this afternoon, so it'll be a good battle to watch out for tomorrow. I'm sure Sandy will be keeping a close eye on the Class 7 rivalry. So I reckon the next one through should be the James Whalen, Trent Norris. Shouldn't be too far away in their home-built machine based out of Dubbo. The next of our Class 10s across the line, the 202 of Brendan Forsman and Lee Whitehand. We're just at the 82 kilometre mark, so they're coming and they're right on cue. Here is the Class 2. They started out of 42nd position and they'll be around that 38th car to cross the line. So the great start for Brendan Forsman. Unfortunately, as I said before, it looks like the Southern Cross of Coatsworth and Dakin are still stopped at the 81 kilometre mark, and I reckon our last car on the circuit, Aaron and Greg Nickel, are at the 80 kilometre mark, so definitely closing in. So I reckon we've still got 3 cars to call home here for lap 1. So there's the 10:20, so great to see those guys. As I said, they're nearing their final stages. The James Whalen and Trent Norris. They made their debut here in this home-built Class 10 last year and had a few issues, but GMW Class 10 buggy. He also competed a couple of New South Wales rounds at Milberdale and Warriata, but yeah, it's great to get a lap on the board, and I'm sure they'll be looking to further their ranks here tomorrow. And I know there's a very unique sort of machine here in the Australian off-road racing circuit. No one's really seen anything like this yet, but like a couple of the competitors we've seen come through, there is a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car. Try and get a bit of an insight later on. We'll try and do a bit of a pit walk. Maybe Sandy's going to get a few more interviews. We'll have to wait and see there. But the 202, Brendan Forsman coming through at a bit quicker race pace. So these are sort of our last final cars for those watching on at home and still here at the headquarters. That's the 38th and 39th vehicle to finish for lap 1. We've got a time for Whalen and Forsman. So James Whalen goes 37th quickest, 1 hour 22.3. I reckon Forsman might be a little bit quicker than that, but we'll... Brendan Forsman and Lee Whiting, sorry, they go a couple minutes slower actually with a 1 hour 24.47, so that's 39 cars across the line, which is a quite impressive strike rate for the first lap of a national level event here at Hillston. So 8:30 tomorrow morning, as we said, we'll go green for the first of 4 laps. You've been running, Sandy, I can tell.
Mate, I'm back.
Great little insight there, Sandy.
Oh, well, little camera issue down there, but sort of what seems to plague us a little bit.
What I really enjoyed about that couple of minutes, especially Clayton Chapman, he always smiles, doesn't he?
Never not smiling, that fella.
Never.
No.
And how he went through that horrendous trot there in that when he had the...
They didn't finish a race in 22 races.
A long time.
Yeah, they had.
And it wasn't obviously from a lack of trying. Those guys are professionals. Just as you said, that little stuff, you know, the class 7
little bit of bad luck here and there.
So, Sandy, I reckon this is our final car on the finish.
I got back just in time, did I?
This is the 40th car. So 40 out of 44 is an incredible strike rate. I was just alluding to
that's
before.
Yeah, that's good.
So that'll be... We just saw the James Whalen come through.
I did see that, yep.
We saw Darren Gill come through, Manny Lavis, Brendan Forsman also across the line. So I reckon this is our final car at race speed. The Southern Cross of Adrian Coatsworth has broke around the 81k mark. So
that's a shame. That's so close to the finish.
So close. So I reckon this is our final car.
665
on the line. Aaron and Greg Nichols. So they started out of 14th position. So they're home in 40. It's obviously a clear issue there
as well. So
we'll have to go down and see. I'm interested to see what Brent Martin's issue was.
Look, I just had a quick chat with, out of all people, that sitting in second place, Richo, had a misfire. So they're putting a. We were just about to talk to him when the camera had an issue.
Richo had a misfire.
And they're putting a computer on that now to have a look at it and see what's going on there. But
no news on Marson.
No, I didn't really get a chance. I thought I'd come back up here and have a yap. And we'll get the goss later on, folks.
Bring that to you tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
It's on their screen. It's sort of the end of the day, really, isn't it, as they pull the start-finish banner down. But I mean,
look here, let's be honest. Round 2 of the championship. We've got 2 more fantastic races. We've got another day of this fantastic race. The weather has been absolutely phenomenal, like conditions-wise.
Perfect,
everybody I've spoken to says the track's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know,
perfect.
Track's perfect racing conditions. We know we were plagued with rain last year, but this year it's totally opposite. You'd be upset if you weren't here racing, I can guarantee you.
Just a quick one for our race leader. I like how he, obviously at reconnaissance speed, like you went around yesterday, it's so different. Like you're doing 80 kilometres, obviously the max speed you can do a recon, but when you're going through those trees at 150, 160, 200 in some play, like it's so different. And the way that Clayton Chapman described the way he was moving the grass and sort of working his magic through as the race leader, they're
a well-tuned team. We've got a lot of well-tuned teams out here that have been in the car together for a long time. Clayton and Adam in the passenger seat, they've been, several different classes throughout the years. The Chapmans have got a big stable of cars back there, and he's been to the Australian Institute, so he's not just come from a well-bred off-road race family. He's had some good backing from here, there and everywhere along the way, as he should. So, and it's really cool to think that two of our front runners, obviously Clayton and Bo Robinson, it's like their time's right now. Like they've obviously we know the OBR story and so forth, but to see Bo winning races like where he should be winning races, and he knows he's got that potential. Obviously, he's for 2 decades he's been one of Australia's. Him and his brother Travis, but. And obviously we know the history about Brent Martin. The crazy thing I'm looking at here, Sandy, is tomorrow morning, literally, Brent Martin will be starting at about 34th position. Yeah. You're right, mate.
So I can't wait for that. So that's it, Sandy. Day one.
Yep, day one.
Concluded.
The ARB Tyrepower Griffith, the Gap 440, out here in Hillston. Fantastic, middle of New South Wales. Sun's shining. Little bit of breeze, which is fantastic. The weather tomorrow says very similar.
Yeah.
Slight chance of rain, possibly, but I don't think that'll happen by the looks of it.
We'll see is tomorrow morning, I think around 8:20.
We'll be live. Hopefully we get those links out to you tomorrow properly, people. We've had a few issues down here in technicalities. As always, it happens. It's just what it is. But stay with us, stay tuned, and we'll see you in the morning. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Clayton Chapman's day here at Hillston.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. See ya.